does go code to consumer rights in terms of the National Credit Act 44 of 2005 from the scenario above. So here I'm going to first talk of a word code. Then from there, I'll come to National Credit Act. So now a word code, if the question requires you to code, the expectation is that you just go straight to the given scenario or go straight to the given information. Then you take those sentences exactly the way they appear. You don't adjust up, you don't adjust down. So in that regard, you would have quoted according to the expectation of a question. So now moving on, we have National Credit Act. National Credit Act is the act that protects both the credit offers business as well as the clients who are borrowing money. So now this act says that before any credit offering business issues out a credit to any client, they must first check the client credit worthiness. Does a client qualify for such credit to be granted to them? Because some of the businesses, they normally issue out loans to even clients that are blacklisted. So now this act says that no, if a business and you are dealing with issuing or lending of money to clients, first make sure that if this appropriate candidate to give out such monies. Why is that the case? Because if a client is not a credit worthy person, the business will end up losing a lot of profits. In return, the business will end up being unsuccessful, and then it will end up being insolvent, or it will actually shut down. Okay, right. So now here, if we quote, we have a sentence. The question says, quote to consumer rights in terms of the National Credit Act. So when I give the answers, I'm going to give the answers based on sentences. This is the sentence number 1. This is the sentence number 2. This is the sentence number 3. And this is the sentence number 4. So it means in this regard, we are going to take sentence number 3 and sentence number 4. Sentence number 3 and sentence number 4 are our appropriate answer. So we take sentence 3 and 4. So sentence 3 reads as follows. EB ensures that their clients receive information in an understandable language. Meaning if they use English, they make sure that they communicate with the clients using English. If they use any vernacular language in the same manner, they make sure that they do communicate with such clients using the language that is appropriate to them, either be Sotho, Tswana, Xhosa, and the likes. So now, the last one, which is sentence number 4, they also allow clients to access and challenge their credit records, which is also very understandable. So now, let's move on to 2.5.2. Discuss the impact of National Credit Act on businesses. If the question says discuss the impact, it means that you should you should consider both positive and negative. Take into account both positive and negative. And also, if the question says discuss, it means that you should go as deep as you can. Don't just point out some aspects, just go deep as much as you can. So in this regard, the marks allocated for this question, we have how many marks? We have 6 marks. So remember, 1 point normally carries 2 marks. So in this regard, we are going to take 2 positive as well as 1 negative. So now we have 2.6. We have 2.6. So 2.6, we expected to have 3 points because of 6 marks. So now the positive one, let me start with positive. We have positive impact. The positive impact, businesses should always lower bad debts, resulting into better cash flow. How can we name our customers bad debt? You can be called bad debt if, as a customer, you have been given a grace period to settle the debt that you have in a business, but now you fail to comply or you fail to pay whatsoever that you're supposed to pay. So the business end up saying that, so now since you promised to pay your debt within this time period and you failed to pay that debt, now we call you a bad debt. So now here we are saying that lower bad debts resulting in better cash flow. Remember, when we are saying that a business should always lower bad debts, we mean that they shouldn't just give up on someone who is owing their business. They should make sure that they make proper follow-ups up until the person is able to settle whatsoever they owe the business. Also, the business should make sure that they minimize issuing out their stock to customers without paying for them. So now, in that regard, it means that whatsoever cash that they will be receiving, either it can be inflow because whatsoever they will be receiving is cash inflow. So in that regard, it is going to increase. And the moment the cash inflow is high, then they are going to have enough or reasonable profits. And also they should minimize the cash that goes out of the business, meaning there should be a minimal cash outflow. So now, moving on, guys, we also have what the business should always protect, again, be protected against non-paying customers. So now here, protects businesses against non-paying customers or consumers. So now let's move on to negative. Negative impact. How is this going to affect the business in a negative way? So now, business can no longer carry out credit marketing. Businesses can no longer carry out credit marketing. Okay, right. So thank you very much, grade 12s. Now we can move on to the next question. The next question, we have landed on question 2.7. And question 2.7 addresses the issue of POTUS 5 forces model. So also this is the model or the theory that businesses normally engage in so as to collect as much profits as they can. And the person behind this theory is Mr. Potter. Okay, right. So now we have the question that reads as follows: advise businesses on how they could apply the flowing forces of the POTUS 5 force model to analyze their position in the market environment. Okay, so now we should also take into account the meaning of a wet market. When we talk of a wet market, we refer to what, or wet market environment empowerment. So now, as a reminder, again, remember this legislations were actually established by ANC in 1994 after it came into power. So now that is just a reminder. Remember what I always tell you, grade 12s, that before you can engage into answering questions, you must first make sure that you go through the examination instructions and information. Why is that important? Because understanding the examination instructions and information is part of the examination. Okay, right. So now I'm not going to go through the instructions because they are always the same. There are no changes. So section A is always compulsory. Section B, you're always given 3 questions and you're expected to answer only 2. So now also in section C, normally you are given 2 questions and the expectation is to answer only 1 question. Okay, right. So now jumping on to question 1, in particular 1.1. Various options are provided as possible answers to the following questions. Choose the answer and write only letters from A to D as indicated there as an example. Next to the question numbers 1.1.1 to 1.1.5 in the provided booklet. So I know some of you have the tendency of selecting the letter, then after that you also write the option given. No, it shouldn't be like that, because the moment you do that, you are going to lose marks unnecessarily. Okay, right. So now 1.1 goes as follows. This act creates a framework for acceptable employment practices and safety regulations in the workplace. Remember what I always tell you, answering multiple choice, it's very, very tricky and easy if you know the proper style or proper strategy that you apply. So I normally encourage my learners to opt for elimination method. Elimination method, you compare all the given options, then you select the best out of those given options. So now this act creates a framework for acceptable employment practices and safety regulations in the workplace. Option A, we have basic conditions of employment act. What does it entail? What is the purpose of this act? This act normally set the minimum standards for employment contracts. So we have the conditions there that we will discuss later. So number B, we have compensation for occupational injuries and disease amendment act. So now this act pays much attention towards employees who get injured at the workplace. I know there are those employees who normally get injured driving company cars or having company resources and not performing the duties that they are ought to perform. So in that regard, the company doesn't compensate. It does compensate if the employee got injured at the workplace, or if the employee is not inside the premises of the workplace, but should be performing work-related duties. So number C, we have Consumer Protection Act. Consumer Protection Act is the act that protects the rights of consumers or the rights of those who buy goods and services. So lastly, which is option number D, we have Broad-Based Black Economic Empowerment Act. So this act addresses the issue of inequality. So in particular, this act promotes fairness at different set of workplaces. So this one of broad-based Black economic empowerment was also established so as to amend Black economic empowerment, because Black economic empowerment was somehow sidelining other aspects. So now the proper option here is B. Proper option is B. So now moving on to the second question, which is 1.1.2. Bravo Limited used Dash as broad-based Black economic empowerment pillar when they requested their Black employees to participate in the decision-making process. So remember, grade 12s, what I did say in the beginning is that make sure that you apply elimination method if you want to score full marks in section A. Remember, section A comprises of 30 marks. So now option A, we have ownership. And then if you still remember, before this act were introduced, Black population was somehow affected or were not given that much privilege when it comes to ownership of land, ownership of property. So now we have B, which addresses the issue of enterprise and supply development. So now also before ANC came into power or came into leadership, Black people were disadvantaged. They were not even given that platform to supply other businesses. And also number C, we have skills development. So now skill development, this one or this pillar takes into account the enhancement of skills for those employees that are already employed. So it does only cater for people who are already at the workplace, people who are already working. So before ANC came into power, most people, in particular Black people, they were not given that particular platform to exercise the enhancement of their skills or to improve the level of skills that they were possessing. So now we have option D. Option D is management control. So Black people also, before ANC came into power, during that apartheid era, they were not allowed to occupy any managerial positions. They were always down there where they report to any management, either be first line management, second line management, and top line management. But now broad-based Black economic empowerment, it does take into account these four pillars, where they do believe that Black people also should be given that chance to perform those aspects that were expected for them to perform. So now, if we check the question, it says, Bravo Limited used the Dash as a broad-based Black economic empowerment pillar when they requested their Black employees to participate in a decision making. So this decision making normally takes place under management control, meaning our best option here is number D, which is management control. So now moving on to the next question, we have 1.13. Dyna Automotors operate in the Dash sector as they manufacture luxury cars. So now options that we have: A, we have economic, B, we have secondary, C, we have primary, and D, we have tertiary. So now, under business studies and economics, the moment we speak or mention a word economy, it means that price has to be paid. And then we have B. B, we have secondary. Secondary is a sector where processing of goods and services normally take place. And then number C, we have primary. Primary here we refer to nature. So we take into account those goods and services that are taking nature form. And then we have tertiary. Tertiary, we normally refer to what? We normally refer to services, and services like communication, healthcare facilities, schooling, and the likes. So now, if you compare the given options, the appropriate answer here will be B, because B takes into account the manufacturing of luxury cars, meaning here we process luxury cars. I know one can actually ask, what is this sector? Sector we refer to a portion of the economy, or the portion of economic activity. So now it means that in economy, we have a different set of the portions that address different set of goods as well as services. So in this regard, our appropriate answer is going to be B. So now moving on to the next question, we have 1.1.4. So 1.1.4 reads as follows: the process of matching an employee's skills and abilities with the requirements of a job. So now the options that are given, we have A, recruitment, B, we have selection, C, we have placement, and D, we have induction. So now, when we talk of the recruitment is when the company is actually looking for a new candidate to fill the gap. So now, when looking for a new candidate to fill the gap, there are different set of platforms where a company can advertise such opportunity to be given to a proper or excellent candidate, if any. So now we have different set of this recruitment. A company can advertise the post internally, or it can advertise it externally. When it does advertise internally, it means that it can put on the notice board, the advert on the notice board. Also, the advert can be sent to different personal emails, because the company possesses the information of its workers. So now we also have selection. So now selection also is actually being done after the submission of the CVs to check who qualifies best, or who is the best candidate for that particular position. So now we have placement. Placement normally it takes place after the interviews and after the induction. Now is when a person or the candidate starts his duties. So induction is actually orientating a new candidate to know all the corners of the company. Also, it introduces this new candidate to already existing members of that particular company. So now, the matching of employee skills and ability with the requirements of the job normally can be addressed under the placement. Because as much as I explained what recruitment entails, selection entails, and induction, the appropriate answer can be C. Thank you. So now let's move on to the next question. Next question, we have 1.1.5. A dash function is responsible for keeping documents orderly in a safe place. So the first one, or the first option, which is A, we have administration. And normally administration deals with paperwork, as well as filing such data work, as well as the information pertaining to any improvement that can take a company to the next level. So now we also have a purchasing function. So this one of purchasing function, normally it focuses on buying the vectors of production or the inputs that a company is going to engage in whenever they process or produce or manufacture their goods and services. So now we have the general management. General management, here we refer to the process of planning, organizing, leading and controlling organizational resources so as to achieve the planned goal of the business. So now we also have D, which is public relations. So this one of public relations is the department in a company that makes sure that they release presses to the public. They make sure that they improve the relationship between the company as well as the society where the company is operating in or from. So now in this regard, the appropriate answer for 1.1.5 is going to be A, which is administration. Okay, right. So now in this regard, after you have actually completed all your multiple choice questions, go back again to recheck if whatsoever options you did choose are the appropriate ones. Remember, the major motive or the major aim of writing this question paper is to maximize marks as much as we can. If possible, we should always aim at getting 100%, because getting 100% under business studies, it is very, very easy, just like stealing a candy from a child. So now we are done with our 1.1. So now let's move on to 1.2. Remember, guys, under 1.1, each question carries 2 marks, meaning you have already now scored what? You've already scored 10 marks out of 30. So now let's jump on to 1.2. Remember, yes, you should always time yourself whenever you're writing business studies paper. And you shouldn't panic at all, because the moment you panic, you are going to miss it or lose it, because most of the answers here are pretty close, similar to one another. So now 1.2 reads as follows. Complete the following statements by using the words provided in the list below. Write only the word or words next to the question numbers, and you are given an example there is 1.2.1 to 1.2.5 in the booklet answer book provided. So remember, before you can even jump onto reading the questions given, make sure that you understand the concepts given in this box. We have fair and honest dealings. So this fair and honest dealings, you know, this is one of the rights of buyers, or one of the rights of consumers. So we also have description, and description, remember, this is part of what this take part of under recruitment, because when we talk of description here, it is in relation with what? In relation with the duties that an employee should perform at the workplace. So now also here we have performance, and this performance that we are referring to, we check how each and every department do perform their duties, their mandate. If it's the Department of Administration, they should make sure that they deal with documents in a proper manner and they do the proper filing. And also, if it is a Department of Purchasing, they should make sure that they buy the factors of production or the inputs that are appropriate or the inputs that what are of a good quality to produce goods and services of a higher quality. So we also have salt. So now here under salt, normally it is an analysis. So now this analysis, it gives a business strength to make more profit if the business does understand what they're supposed to do. For a typical example, we have S. S stands for the strengths of the business. The business should know where they possess more power. So they should always take advantage of the power that they possess so as to improve the level of profits that they have actually anticipated, or the level of profits that they want to attain or they want to achieve. So now we also have the weaknesses. So the business also should be in the position to spot out the weaknesses that they have. The moment they're able to spot out the weaknesses that they have, they can actually apply more of the strengths that they possess to beat or outweigh the weaknesses or the failure that they do have. So now also the business should always navigate or should always sense out the opportunities that they can have. So now it means that they must always make sure that they apply this strength to do what? To make sure that they do what? Pursue, or they do follow those opportunities that they do have. Now we have threats. So now this one addresses the issue of competition. Many in the business should be in the position to know their competitors, because competitors are very powerful. Some of the competitors, they use non-pricing method to improve their level of production. So now, if the business is aware of the move of the competitors, in that regard, they'll make sure that as well they improve on their level of profits collection. In most cases, as a business, we shouldn't aim for sharing the market. The business should always aim at having the larger market share, because the moment a business possesses larger market share, that is the indication that it will make reasonable profits. And it is not easy for any business to possess a larger market share when they didn't or when they didn't do the assignment. How can they do the assignment? They can do the assignment and overdoing what? Over doing the research, or over undertaking the research. They must know the type of the product the competitor is selling. They must know the suppliers of the competitor. They must even know the behavior of the customers of the competitor, so that when they draft their move, they already know that the competitor normally takes this move. So now they can develop a move that is much stronger than the move of a competitor. That's how powerful SWOT analysis is. Okay, right. So now I was just making an example on how best you should understand this concept before you can jump onto these questions. So now let's move on to 1.2.1. 1.2.1, N exercised her right to dash as stipulated in the Consumer Protection Act. So 2008, Act 68 of 2008, when she requested a written quotation from Ditto Trading. So in this regard, if you compare the options given here, Anna exercised her right to choose. So meaning the appropriate answer here is what is right to choose. So here we have what? We have choose. Okay, right. So now let's move on to what? Let's move on to the next question, which is 1.2.2. 1.2.2 reads as follows. Double Z Butchery bought Mike Cattle Farm. to have greater control over the supply of meat products. So this one, before you can even finish it, it calls for backward strategy. So now let's proceed. This is known as the, now we check if ever we have backward strategy given. So now, okay, it's there. We have backward vertical strategy, meaning here the appropriate answer for 1.1.2 is going to be what? Is going to be backward vertical strategy. So now let's move on to 1.2.3. Value trading compiled a dash analysis to identify good practices and challenges within the business. This one, as I was actually explaining, it does call for what you call SWOT. So here, our appropriate answer here is going to be SWOT. Okay, right. So now let's move on to the next question. The next question reads as follows. The job dash outlines the minimum acceptable qualifications and skills needed for the job. So grade 12, remember we have two types of job analysis. The first type that we have is a job description, and job description normally addresses the issue of performance as well as the issue of duties, for the candidate. And when we talk of job specification, it does specify what is needed for that job, the skills as well as the qualifications needed. So in this regard, our answer is going to be specification. So meaning here, we have specification as our appropriate answer. We have specification. We have specification as our appropriate answer. Okay, right. Hopefully grade 12 at this juncture, now you have acquired a lot. Remember, I told you, as much as you'll be fighting over time, as much as you'll be fighting to write or to complete each and every question within the stipulated time, also make sure that whatsoever you write is something that is understandable. So now the last one, we have 1.2.5. It does read like this. Quality dash can be obtained if all departments work together for the same quality standard. So remember, I did explain this performance. I said that each and every department should be in the position to know their mandate. They should be in the position to know what they are supposed to be doing. So now here, the appropriate answer that we have under this regard, we have performance. Okay, right. So now grade 12s, we are done with our 1.2. So it means that you have already collected 20 marks. You have already collected 20 marks, and you are now left with 10 marks before you get to 30 marks for section A. And remember, the expectation for section A is to get everything correct, not to even leave one. So now let's actually move on to the next question, which is 1.3. So in this 1.3, choose a description from column B that matches a term in column A. Write only the letter A to J next to the question number 1.3.1 to 1.3.5 in the answer book. So an example is given there as 1.3.6K. So now this question, or this type of question, if you are not careful, it can somehow be very tricky. So now we shouldn't be actually excited when it comes to the selection. Say, already I know this concept in column A, it does match with this description in column B. No, make sure that you go through whatsoever description given and also go through the concept given. For deeper example, if we check 1.3.1, we have what? We have Black economic empowerment. And Black economic empowerment, as I said it in a previous question, I said that it was somehow benefiting only some few people who were somehow disadvantaged. That is why I told you that broad-based Black economic empowerment came into existence so as to fill up whatsoever the gap that was left by Black economic empowerment. So now, if you go through the options given, the appropriate option for our 1.3.1 is D. So our appropriate answer here is D. So now moving on to the next question, we have 1.3.2. So 1.3.2, it addresses the issue of strategic management process. So now, to be strategic in a business, it means the business should always take into account the action plan. They should have the plan. Where are they going to start? And also, how are they going to implement the plan that they already have? So now, if we check the options given, the appropriate answer for this question is E. So meaning E is what? Developing an action plan that includes tasks to be done. So we have E as our appropriate answer. Okay, right, grade 12s. So now moving on to the next question, we have 1.3.3. 1.3.3, we have time related. And time related is what is an example of type of the remuneration or the reward that are given to employees after they performed their duties or after they have rendered the service. So now in this time related, we have two types of rewarding employees. The first one, we have time related, and the second one, we have piecemeal. So time related, an employee is actually being compensated. After doing the work, the employee is compensated according to the number of hours they spend at the workplace. But now when it comes to piecemeal salary, that one, employees are normally compensated based on the number of units they produced. So in this regard, our appropriate answer is going to be F. Employees are paid for the number of hours that is spent at the workplace. So now we have our 1.3.3. The answer that we have is F. So now, moving on to the next question. Next question, we have what do we call screening? And normally screening, it is done after the submission of the CVs. After the submission of the CVs, that's when screening is actually taking place. So now, the screening does help to separate the candidates who doesn't meet the requirements to those, or with those who does meet the requirements. So now, if we check the options given, we have G, candidates who meet the minimum requirements are separated from others. So meaning in this regard, our appropriate answer is going to be what? Is going to be G. Okay, right. So now moving on, grade 12, to the next question. we have 1.3.5. 1.3.5 addresses the issue of public relations department. When we talk of the function under business studies, normally we refer to the department. So now remember, I told you that this is the department that promotes healthier or harmonious relationship between the business as well as the community where that business does operate from. So now, if we check the options given, the appropriate answer here is B, where it provides regular and positive press releases to the public. So meaning here, our appropriate answer, grade 12, it is actually B. So now we are done with our section A. And remember, I said the major aim of this section A is to collect each and every mark that will come across. Meaning we are not expecting you guys to score less than 30, because the total marks that are allocated for the whole section is 30 marks. And we have seen, if you have been following that, to attain such marks, it is very, very easy as well as simple. So what you must do is to make sure that you manage your time as well as understanding as well the questions that you are dealing with. And before you can move on to the next question, you should always make sure that you do what? You proof check what you wrote. Don't just move on to the next question before proof checking what you wrote, because sometimes you may think that you answered the question in the appropriate manner, while in actual fact you did the opposite. Okay, so now we are now in section B. Remember, I did some scrutiny on section B, and I said that section B, in most cases, you are given 3 questions, and the expectation here is to select only 2 questions. And when you select those 2 questions, select the questions that you think you have studied them properly, or the questions that you know very well that you understand them very, very well. And if you can actually check or still remember, in most cases under question 2, we can have quality performance, and also we can have HR, and also we can have business strategies. Okay, so now let's check 2.2.1. Name any 2 types of defensive strategy. So before you can actually come up with a type of defensive strategy, you must know the meaning of defensive. Under which circumstance should the business defend itself? It means the business can defend itself when it is going down. And how can we say the business is going down? When the business is not generating enough profit. And remember, when you talk of the success of the business, in most cases, we pay attention towards the generation of the profit. So in this regard, if we have 2 types of defensive strategy, if the business is going down, they have different set of options. Option number 1, they can what? They can retrench. Retrenchment. It means here, if the business was having a lot of staff, they must cut their staff members. And the moment they cut their staff members, it means now they are also going to limit the level of spending. So now another strategy that the business can engage in is what we call liquidation. Liquidation is when a business, with liquidation, we check how fast assets can be turned into money. So now it means that in this regard, the business has to do what? The business has to sell some of its assets so as to give money. Okay, so now we are done with what? We are done with 2.2.1. So now we can actually move on to 2.2. So now 2.2, we have what we call diversification strategy. So also, grade 12s, you should be in the position to know under which circumstance a business should employ or should practice this style. The business can practice diversification style or diversification strategy when it does want to increase the margin of the profits collection. So it means if they want to improve the margin of profit collection, they should engage either in new products, either in they modify the existing product so that it can be of a higher quality and be appealing to the customers. So now diversification in short, it means that you shouldn't put your eggs in one basket. Make sure that you concentrate on different aspects. So in this regard, a business should concentrate on different products, whether they introduce a new product or they modify or they improve the quality of the product that they are already having. So now here we can have what? We can, let me go to the blank page. So we have 2 points. We have 2.2. So 2.2, they can increase sales and business growth. How can they increase sales and business growth? They can increase sales by introducing new products or by modifying the products that they are already having. So now if you check your marks, we have 6 marks. Also, the business should improve its brand as well as image. Improvement of the business brand, improvement of the business brand, and image. Okay, so also moving on to the third point, because if you check the allocation of marks there, we have 6 marks. The business also should reduce the risk of relying only on one product. They should reduce the risk of relying only on one product. So I think I did explain this one. So let's move on to the second question. I mean the next question, sorry. So now we have 2.3. Identify the PESTLE elements that pose a challenge to semi-traders in each statement below. Guys, if you still remember, this PESTLE is one of the analyses that a business should take into account or pay attention to the moment they want to improve the level of profits that they normally collect on daily basis, weekly basis, fortnightly, monthly basis, and even yearly. So now here we have P. P stands for political. It means that businesses should always pay attention to the level of politics. Are there any political unrest or political rest there? Because the moment there are political unrest, chances are very, very high that businesses won't collect or attain the profits that they've actually anticipated. But now, if there is a political rest, it means that in that regard, businesses can perform towards their full capabilities or towards their full potential, because now the politics or the level of politics do allow them to perform such. So now also We have economic. Also, you have economic. Also, the business should always pay attention to the economic activities that are taking place in that particular country or in that particular location. Because the moment the economic activities are not well, people are not working there, there are high levels of crime and the likes. That one on its own also is going to affect the way the business operates in that manner. So now also we have social. So this social, this S stands for social. It means that businesses, wherever they do operate from, they should pay attention to the society that is located there. And if you still remember in the previous questions, we did indicate that this social, normally it is addressed by public relations function or public relations department. And also we have what? We have technology. It means that businesses should keep up with current technology, because the moment they don't keep up with current technology, they'll be beaten by rivals, they'll be beaten by competitors, because most of the businesses, they have engaged their activities or they've channeled their activities towards technology. If you check even how they advertise their product, some of or most of the businesses, they normally go for internet to advertise the product, or they normally go for social media to advertise their product. So now massive marketing in most cases, lately or recently, it does take place under technology. Also legal. L stands for legal. So it means that businesses should be legit, and they should always understand, and they should always know the legal precautions or what the rules and regulations that are taking place in that particular country or in that particular location where they operate from. So it means that the moment they are in a position to understand the rules and the regulations, for example, if they know they should always pay tax, and the type of tax that they know they pay is company tax, and also the percentage that they pay, those are the aspects that businesses should always pay attention to. Because the moment they fail to pay attention to that, some businesses end up being penalized because of not paying tax. That is why it is very, very important for most of businesses to take into account the legal aspects that should be followed in a particular economy or in a particular country. So now the last one, we have environment. Also, where the business operates in, it should make sure that it doesn't pollute the environment. They should try by all means to avoid polluting the environment, because the moment they pollute the environment, that on its own, it is going to affect the place where they operate from. What I have actually seen, most of the businesses here in South Africa, what they do, they engage into projects where they help the community to transport their products or their waste to the recycling companies. And if a business you do like that, you are going to have a lot of customers, because lately most of the communities, they have engaged into recycling businesses, and they recycle for the survival of their families. So as a business, make sure that you always chip in there so as to help them to improve their standard of living or their well-being. Okay, right. So now, having explained all of the aspects or the vectors that appear under PESTLE, now it is going to be very easy for us to engage into these questions that follow: 2.3.1, 2.3.2, 2.3.3. Okay, The first one, we have many customers cannot afford their products due to low income levels, resulting in a decline in sales. The moment it does addresses the issue of customers, this one calls for what? It calls for social. I explained it already. Thanks. So now, moving on to the next aspect, we have 2.3.2. They do not have internet facilities to cater for customers who prefer to make online purchases. So this one, because of internet facilities, we can say it calls for technology. Technology. Okay, right. So now moving on to the next aspect, we have 2.3.3. Semi-traders can no longer afford to deliver goods due to the increase in the fuel prices. So this one calls for economical. Because remember, I said the moment you talk of economical, it means that the price should be there. No, me come. Thank you very much, Great Tops. So now let's move on to 2.4. So 2.4, you are expected to explain the steps in strategy evaluation. Here, you must know the meaning of evaluation and the meaning of strategy. So this is our 2.4. And also should be in the position to check the allocation of marks, because allocation of marks can work as a guide for you to write what the question expects you to actually write. So now, you should always examine the underlying basis of business strategy. Examine the underlying basis of business strategy. Examine the underlying basis of business strategy. Okay? Business strategy. You already what? You already collected 2 points. So now the second one, set specific dates for control and follow up. Set specific dates for control and follow up. 2 marks again. So now the last one. The last one, the business should always compare the expected performance with the actual performance. The business should always compare the expected performance with the actual performance. So now we are done with what? We are done with 2.4. Now we can move on to the next question. The next question, we have 2.2.5. So 2.5, always make sure that you read the scenario to understand. Don't just scrutinize the given scenario. Because what I have actually observed, most of the grade 12 learners, what they do, they scrutinize instead of reading to understand the concept, of which in most cases they go wrong there. So now, read the scenario below and answer the questions that follow. Excel Bank, which is EB. Excel Bank offers various products to prospective clients. So Excel Bank offers various financial products to prospective clients. So this one on its own, before you can even jump onto any question, you know it does operate under tertiary sector. Okay, right. So now the bank conducts an affordability assessment before credit is granted, which is good. And the bank ensures that their clients receive information in an understandable language, which is good. They also allow their clients to access and challenge the credit records. Wow, I love this business. So now the first question goes, which is 2.5.1. It does go code to consumer rights in terms of the National Credit Act 44 of 2005 from the scenario above. So here I'm going to first talk of a word code. Then from there, I'll come to National Credit Act. So now a word code, if the question requires you to code, the expectation is that you just go straight to the given scenario or go straight to the given information. Then you take those sentences exactly the way they appear. You don't adjust up, you don't adjust down. So in that regard, you would have quoted according to the expectation of a question. So now moving on, we have National Credit Act. National Credit Act is the act that protects both the credit offers business as well as the clients who are borrowing money. So now this act says that before any credit offering business issues out a credit to any client, they must first check the client credit worthiness. Does a client qualify for such credit to be granted to them? Because some of the businesses, they normally issue out loans to even clients that are blacklisted. So now this act says that no, if a business and you are dealing with issuing or lending of money to clients, first make sure that if this appropriate candidate to give out such monies. Why is that the case? Because if a client is not a credit worthy person, the business will end up losing a lot of profits. In return, the business will end up being unsuccessful, and then it will end up being insolvent, or it will actually shut down. Okay, right. So now here, if we quote, we have a sentence. The business, the question says, quote to consumer rights in terms of the National Credit Act. So when I give the answers, I'm going to give the answers based on sentences. This is the sentence number 1. This is the sentence number 2. This is the sentence number 3. And this is the sentence number 4. So it means in this regard, we are going to take sentence number 3 and sentence number 4. Sentence number 3 and sentence number 4 are our appropriate answer. So we take sentence 3 and 4. So sentence 3 reads as follows. EB ensures that their clients receive information in an understandable language. Meaning if they use English, they make sure that they communicate with the clients using English. if they use any vernacular language, in the same manner, they make sure that they do communicate with such clients using the language that is appropriate to them, either be Sutu, Setswana, Xhosa, and the likes. So now, the last one, which is sentence number 4, they also allow clients to access and challenge their credit records, which is also very understandable. So now let's move on to 2.5.2. Discuss the impact of National Credit Act on businesses. If the question says discuss the impact, it means that you should you should consider both positive and negative. Take into account both positive and negative. And also, if the question says discuss, it means that you should go as deep as you can. Don't just point out some aspects, just go deep as much as you can. So in this regard, the marks allocated for this question, we have how many marks? We have 6 marks. So remember, 1 point normally carries 2 marks. So take 2 positive as well as 1 negative. So now we have 2.6. We have 2.6. So 2.6, you're expected to have 3 points because of 6 marks. So now the positive one, let me start with positive. We have positive impact. The positive impact, businesses should always lower bad debts, resulting into better cash flow. How can we name our customers bad debt? You can be called bad debt if, as a customer, you have been given a grace period to settle the debt that you have in a business, but now you fail to comply or you fail to pay whatsoever that you're supposed to pay. So the business end up saying that, so now since you promised to pay your debt within this time period and you failed to pay that debt, now we call you a bad debt. So now here we are saying that lower bad debts resulting in better cash flow. Remember, when we are saying that a business should always lower bad debts, we mean that they shouldn't just give up on someone who is owing their business. They should make sure that they make proper follow-ups up until the person is able to settle whatsoever they owe the business. Also, the business should make sure that they minimize issuing out their stock to customers without paying for them. So now, in that regard, it means that whatsoever cash that they will be receiving, either it can be inflow, because whatsoever they will be receiving is cash inflow. So in that regard, it is going to increase. And the moment the cash inflow is high, then they are going to have enough or reasonable profits. And also they should minimize the cash that goes out of the business, meaning there should be a minimal cash outflow. So now, moving on, guys, we also have what the business should always protect, again, be protected against non-paying customers. So now here, protects businesses against non-paying customers or consumers. So now let's move on to negative impact. How is this going to affect the business in a negative way? So now, business can no longer carry out credit marketing. Businesses can no longer carry out credit marketing. Okay, right. So thank you very much, grade 12s. Now we can move on to the next question. The next question, we have landed on question 2.7. And question 2.7 addresses the issue of POTAS 5 forces model. So also this is the model or the theory that businesses normally engage in, so as to collect as much profits as they can. And the person behind this theory is Mr. Potter. Okay, right. So now we have the question that reads as follows: advise businesses on how they could apply the flowing forces of the POTAS 5 force model to analyze their position in the market environment. Okay, so now we should also take into account the meaning of a wet market. When we talk of a wet market, we refer to what, or wet market environment.
It's towards the advantage of the black people or disadvantaged people. Okay, so now legislation, in short, we refer to rules and regulations set by the government. So now in these legislations, we are going to discuss 8 legislations. We are going to discuss Skill Development Act, Labor Relations Act, Employment Equity Act, Basic Conditions of Employment Act, Compensation for Injuries and Disease Act, Broad-Based Black Economic Empowerment Act, National Credit Act, and lastly, number 8, Consumer Protection Act. So now below, or these are the questions that can be asked under these acts. But remember, we are going to split them. We are going to start with Skill Development Act, then we shall discuss up until the last act. So now the impact of recent legislation on businesses. So now the question can come that says, outline or describe or explain or discuss the purpose of all Skill Development Act. You will still remember, when we talk of the Skill Development Act, we talk of the act that has been established so as to enhance the skill of people who are already employed. So this one shows that people who are not already at the workplace, they don't form part of this Skill Development Act. So now we're going to check the purpose of this act. Why is the act being established? What are the objectives of establishing this act? What are the aims of establishing this act? What was the government expecting to achieve when developing this act? So now, number 1, the act was developed so as to enhance the skills of people in South Africa. in order to improve productivity. So now when we talk of the productivity, we refer to the rate at which goods and services are being produced, or the manufacturing, how these goods and services actually being produced. So now, this act, remember, from the start, I said that these 8 acts were established by what? By ANC after it won the elections. So this act specifically, it addresses issues that are taking place in South Africa, not issues that are taking place outside South Africa. So now the second one, this act invests in education and training of workers. Remember, at different workplaces, you find that some people, yes, they were hired long back with the matric certificates, but now the world keeps on changing. We are living in a technological world now. So now people are not exposed to technology. They encounter challenges when it comes to the production of goods and services. So now to prevent firms from firing people, then the firms were forced to do what? To give them the in-service training. In-service training is a training that you actually get while you are already employed. So now this act also was channeled on education and training of workers. So moving on, this act was put into place so as to improve the chances of getting a job for previously disadvantaged people. Previously disadvantaged people here, we refer to people who are vulnerable. People are very liable to any attack. So now when we are actually saying that chances of getting a job, and one might ask that, but from the start you said that the act was established so as to enhance the skills of people who are already employed. Yeah, here when we say chances of getting a job, we mean that moving from one job to the next. So now moving on, this act was also established so as to encourage workers to participate in learning programs. So this act, as I have said earlier, the major aim was to enhance the skills of those workers who were disadvantaged in terms of qualifications and the likes. So now it gives them the insight, training. They don't pay anything. The company is the one that has to contribute 1% of its profits towards to the SETA. But we shall go into details when we get to how SETA is actually being funded. So moving on, we have the redresses in balances of past through education and training. So now, as I've actually said, in the past, Black people were somehow disadvantaged. So now this act was established so as at least to reduce the education gap between white people and Black people. Remember, in the past, white people used to be more educated than Black people. And also, if you check in the past, most of management positions were only occupied by white people, while the Black people were somehow disadvantaged or sidelined. Then we shall go deeper when we are dealing with broad-based Black economic empowerment. So now moving on, this act was established so as to encourage businesses to improve the skills of their workers. What can be the impact when businesses improve the skills of their workers? It means now the rates or the way goods and services were produced, now production is going to be more advanced because now people will have what new knowledge on how to produce goods and services. Even the understanding of the teamwork now will be more easy. People can integrate well with other people instead of only thinking that production of goods and services is self-centered. Okay, moving on. Number 2, discuss or explain or evaluate the impact or positives or advantages of the Skill Development Act on businesses. So in most cases, when the question says give the impact and just says impact, the expectation is that we should take into account the bad and the good of the act. But now here the question is straightforward. It says that we discuss the impact of the positive impact of Skill Development Act on businesses. How is this Skill Development Act affecting the businesses? Is there any growth in businesses after the implementation of Skill Development Act, or there's no growth? So that's what we're actually going to go deeper into to check how this affected the operation of the business. Remember, the major aim of operating into a business, just to make profit. Other aims or other objectives, yes, they just come as control variables, but the major aim is to make profit. So now we are going to check if this Skill Development Act really helped businesses to succeed, meaning really helped businesses to attain or collect more profits. So now we are going to check the positive side of it, meaning we are going to check that indeed this Skill Development Act really helped different set of businesses to achieve their mandate of making or attaining profit. So number 1, training employees to improve productivity in the workplace. So employees are already trained. They have acquired different set of skills. So now, when they produce goods and services, they are going to apply the advanced knowledge, meaning now the approach is going to be totally different from someone who didn't have that much skills. So moving on, it promotes self-employment and Black entrepreneurship. So now, self-employment, we refer to what? We refer to the entrepreneurs. And these entrepreneurs in particular, we take into account the entrepreneurs of Black people. So an entrepreneur or an entrepreneurship, we refer to what? Entrepreneurship, we refer to the process of combining all vectors of production to come up with profit. So here, vectors of production, we refer to land, we refer to labor, we also refer to capital. So meaning entrepreneurship entails those 3 aspects. So now there's no way that production of goods and services can take place without land. And also there's no way that production of goods and services can take place without labor. Labor here, we refer to what? We refer to physical effort or mental effort that can be put into place to produce goods and services. And also remember, under labor, we have different classification of labor. We have skilled labor, unskilled labor, as well as semi-skilled labor. So now an entrepreneur, we refer to someone who's actually not scared of taking any risk. Someone who's a risk taker, someone who's not afraid of losses. That is an entrepreneur. So also this an entrepreneur should be a brave person. Moving on, we have the increase in the return on investment in education and training, or increases the return on investment in education and training. Investment, when we talk of the investment, we talk of the multiplication of money. So now here, but now we say the increase on return investment in what? Education and training. Remember, when the businesses are issuing out or giving out these learnerships to their employees, they're expecting to get something in return. They don't just give out these learnerships because they want to give them out. No, it's because also they want to grow. They know very well that once those people are now having those much skills, they can be able to produce goods and services in an advanced manner. Okay, so now moving on, workplace discrimination can be addressed through training. Discrimination. Discrimination is when you are judging other people in terms of the color of their skin, in terms of their appearance, on how they dress, in terms of the language, in terms of the age, and many more. So now, at a workplace, or also in terms of the possession of skills. So at the workplace, remember, most of the employees who are much qualified than others, they look down upon those who are not qualified. So now this act helps at least to minimize that gap of discrimination of people who are more educated than those who are not educated. So now these people who were much not educated, now they can at least be close to those ones who are much educated, and meaning now collectively the production of goods and services shall go smoothly. So now moving on to another aspect, we have workplace is used as an active learning environment where employees can gain practical job experience. So meaning now when now these employees are equipped with skills or knowledge, the approach towards the production of goods and services is going to be quite different. Now it's going to be more advanced. So they can also pass that particular skill to other people who didn't even get exposed to these learnerships. So now moving on, we have what? We have businesses could become globally more competitive, increases the number of skilled employees in areas where these skills are scarce. Okay, so now the moment businesses issue out Skill Development Act to its employees, it means that now these employees will be equipped with knowledge or skills, and now they can even produce goods and services using the latest technology. So the moment they can incorporate with latest technology, it means company brands will be more improved. And if the company brands is more improved, it shows that locally that particular company will be recognized. If it's recognized locally, then it can even do business internationally. That is why we're actually saying that business could become globally more competitive. So now moving on to the increase of number of skilled employees. Here, as I said earlier, some of the people were just employed using matric certificates. So now they were somehow disadvantaged. But now after acquiring this set of skills, now they can also go out there to market themselves if maybe they no longer want to work for this particular company. But in most cases, when employees have acquired skills, the expectation is to apply such skills into that particular business that offered them the skills. So people who come from rural areas or people who come from poor families or disadvantaged families, they were not even having enough money to fund their fees, especially people from rural areas. In rural areas, if you have discovered, most people in rural areas are such disadvantaged in a lot of aspects. So now moving on, encourages ongoing skill development and learning to sustain the improvement of skills development. These ongoing skills we refer to in-service training. And if you still remember, I said in-service training, we refer to training that is being offered when someone is already employed. So now sustainability, we check the aspects that can last for a longer period of time. So now moving on, this act improves employment opportunities and labor movement of workers from previously disadvantaged groups. So here, yes, sometimes you may find that a company can offer out SDA to the employees, but that doesn't necessarily mean that is binding for employees to work for that particular company for their entire life. They can work for that particular company, and at some certain stage, then they can leave and go for a greener pastures. Wherever they will be going, now they will approach life in a different set of manner, because now they will be equipped with skills unlike before when they were previously disadvantaged. Okay, moving on. Broad-based Black economic empowerment complaint businesses can improve their products or service delivery as they employ more skilled workers. So this one of broad-based Black economic empowerment is the act that particular was established for those people who are Black and were from disadvantaged backgrounds. So I'll go deeper when we are dealing with this act. So moving on, we have the negative impact. Remember, if you still remember, I said that the question can just say, discuss the impact of Skill Development Act on businesses. So now, if it says discuss the impact, it means that this word impact engulfs negatives and positives. So, but sometimes you may find the question is straightforward. It says discuss the positive impact of Skill Development Act or any act. Just like this one, it says discuss the negative impact of the skill development on the business operation. If you still remember, I said it earlier that this act was originally established to empower these people who are Black to acquire a different set of skills so that they can produce goods and services in an advanced manner. And when they are now producing goods and services in an advanced manner, it means that also business operation is going to be affected. So now let's check the bad side of this act. Because if you still remember, each and every act, each and every aspect here in life has pros and cons. So even this Skill Development Act, it is bad on the side of the business as well. So now let's study and check how bad it can go. So it increases cost as the process requires large amount of paper work. When we say it increases cost, we mean the expenditures are going to be high on this, because a business, if you still remember, I told you that in order for a business to qualify to issue out Skill Development Act to its employees, it pays 1% of its profits. So now that 1% of the profit is money. If it wasn't issuing out that 1% of profits, it means that 1%, the business maybe was going to use it to engage in production of new products, to engage in expansion, engage in increment of workers' salaries and the likes. So also for a business to qualify to issue out Skill Development Act, it requires a lot of paperwork. It's not something that can take place overnight. So moving on to the next aspect, we are seeing that the implementation of the Skill Development Act can be difficult to monitor and control. Why are we saying that? Some of the businesses can qualify to issue out this Skill Development Act. And they can be given money to finance such training. Then some you find that instead of using such money to finance the training, they diverted the money into their own pockets. So this is what I've actually realized is taking place recently. Most of businesses, bosses, they concentrate on how well they can enrich themselves, not how well they can improve the skills of their workers so that they can attain higher profits. So now also the implementation of this Skill Development Act, it needs SETA, which is the sector training. Remember, for SETA to come there to ensure that your business is really implementing the Skill Development Act. It's not easy. It's not easy. Those follow-ups is not easy. And then the control also is not easy. Why are we saying it's not easy? Because it's time consuming. So moving on to another aspect, skills programs may not always address training needs of employees. Yes, this might be true, because you may find that some of the employees, the skills that they were looking forward to enhance is not the one that is actually being provided. Because the employees, they can't choose for themselves the kind of training or the kind of skills that they want to acquire. So now you may find that the skills that skill development, but the waste of time. So skills, then the business also, it won't be able to connect that much profit, because people still remain with the skills that they were hired with. Okay, so moving on to another aspect, we are saying that skills development levy could be an extra burden to financial struggling businesses. So now this skill development levy, we refer to what? We refer to that amount that businesses contribute to the development, to Skill Development Act. And remember this amount, the business contributed to SETA, because SETA is the one that is responsible to monitor the implementation of Skill Development Act. So now, why are we saying this could be a burden? We are saying that this could be a burden to businesses that are not successful in terms of the collection or attainment of profits. So some of the businesses, you find that the profits that they are collecting, it's not enough. That is why you see a lot of businesses here in South Africa. They are stagnant. There's no growth. They can't expand. They can't engage into new products. Why? Because of the what? Because of the lack in terms of collecting much money from customers. So now remember, if you still remember, not each and every business can qualify to take part in this Skill Development Act. Only businesses that are able to have a payroll of 500,000, which is $500,000 on a yearly basis. Those are the only businesses that can qualify. So now you may find a business can only make that $500,000 yearly, and that $500,000 yearly, they take the percentage of it to pay to SETA. Then such businesses won't be able to grow, because you may find that's the only amount that they are able to generate. Unlike businesses that can generate more than that, because there are some giant businesses that can generate a lot of money. So moving on, it may be monitored and controlled by government departments that do not have education and training as their key priorities. So this one, in short, you still remember, I told you that SETA is the one that monitored the implementation of the Skill Development Act. So now in that SETA, it is built of different bodies. and of which amongst the bodies in that SETA is what government officials. And yes, government officials normally they are not known of well deeds, but it's people's perception. It's not yet proven. So now these government officials, most of them you may find that they are not into improving the skill of those people who are already employed, but them they are thinking of how well they can enrich for themselves. Because if you still remember, I think this is the sickness of Africa. Most African countries, government is always the one that is taking the front seat. So now if the government is not interested, such initiative end up failing, and people they end up not enhancing their skill, and then businesses end up not being successful, hence the attainment of less profit. So now SETA may not be well organized, and many courses offered by companies may not have unit standards that relate to the course content. So now this one, if you still remember, I said it before that SETA is built of different bodies, of which amongst those bodies, the government is the one that is taking the front seat. So now, if the government already, or government officials already are slacking in terms of delivering or in terms of playing their roles, it means that it will affect also the performance of those ones that are involved in terms of the implementation of this Skill Development Act. So now moving on, we are saying that many service providers that offer training services are not SAQA accredited, meaning they are not legit. They are not legit. And you know, if something is not legit, then that is the sign of danger. It's like a fly by night. So now if this SETA involve bodies that are not legit, then it means it will have the negative impact on the operation of the business. How are we saying the negative impact? Because remember, for a business to qualify to take part into this Skill Development Act, they pay 1% of their what? Of their profit. So meaning that 1% of the profits will just be waste. Okay, so now moving on, many businesses may not support this government initiative. Yes, as much as I said it earlier, most African economies or African countries, they are led by governments, and governments are everywhere, every corner you see the government. This like the economic system of South Africa. The economic system of South Africa is a mixed economy, meaning it comprises of market economy as well as centrally planned economy. If at least it was market economy, the government was not going to have that much say. But now since it's a mixed, the government has that say. That is why you see there's no initiative here in South Africa, or some few of the initiative can take place without government intervention. So now sometimes government intervention is not good because it is associated with what? With bad deeds. Okay, moving on. Employees are expected to attend learnership during work hours, which could affect the production process or productivity. Remember earlier on I said productivity, we refer to production of goods and services per person. How well one person can produce goods and services. And also, according to Basic Conditions of Employment Act, there are specified hours that a person must work per day. So now, which per day, according to Basic Conditions of Employment Act, a person is expected to work 8 hours. And if they can elapse that 8 hours, only with 1 hour, which is 45. Which is what? Which is 9 hours per day. So meaning each and every day, a person is expected to work an extra hour as overtime. So now, if now when I as a person you're expected to work 8 hours and you attend this training for about 2 to 3 hours or 4 to 5 hours, it shows that now the company now will be in short of 1, 2, or 3 people to produce goods and services. And that one, it will be affected. The level of goods and services will be affected. The volume that used to be produced in that particular day is no longer going to be the same. It's not going to be different because now the number of people who was engaged in that production of goods and services has declined. Okay, moving on to another aspect. Costly for businesses to employ a person to implement or manage or control learnership. So now this one of the implementation of the learnership and the controlling of the learnership. Remember I said it earlier, a business doesn't have any say in it. Only the SETA has a say in it, and only the SETA has the final word on how this Skill Development Act should be implemented. So now, if the business, say maybe the business wants to employ the next person to make sure that the monitoring or the control of learnership is taking place. It means that now business has to pay that person money from their own pocket. And if you still remember from the start, I said that businesses do pay 1% of their of their annual profit in order for them to take part in this Skill Development Act. So now, on top of paying that 1% of the profits, now if they pay another person, that this will increase the volume of spending. So now moving on, the time and money spent on improving employee skills is wasted if they leave the business. This one is very painful. Imagine as a business owner or CEO, so you try by all means to improve the skills of your people so that you can attain success. And now, after some people acquired such skills, now they tell you, hey, we are resigning. We are going for greener pastures. Imagine the pay. Imagine the time spent there. Imagine the money as well. So that one on its own then will affect even the success of the business. Because now if you train this group, upon the completion of such training, they leave the business. Now also be forced to train other people. So meaning now if you train other people, now it's like now the business will only be engaged in spending train this group. When they are done, they leave. You train this group. When they are done, they leave. So that is why we are saying that this one also is somehow money consuming and time consuming. So now we are going to check discriminatory actions according to the Skill Development Act. The what no to this act. That's what this heading says. What the act says no. The act says no to preventing employees from signing for a learnership due to their age or position in the workplace. So now this act, it doesn't only cater for a certain specific group age. It should cater for each and every person, whether young or old. But the person, remember here in South Africa, we have the range of what economically active people that is being considered as between 15 and 64. So now if someone's age falls within that interval, they qualify to take part in this Skill Development Act. But now you see some businesses, even though some people do qualify, they don't give them that chance to do what? To take part in Skill Development Act. But now they'll be looking for their relatives. They'll be looking for their friends. They'll be looking for whoever that is close to them. So now, moving on, we are saying that this act says no to unfair promotion of skills and development of training to certain employees. If you still remember, in some businesses, you find that the CEO has his favorite people, and then there are people whom he doesn't favor. They are not saying hate, whom he doesn't favor. So now this Skill Development Act enhancement, it should cater for everyone, whether you are being favored by the employee or not. You should be given that platform as well to do what? To acquire such skills, because you are all working for the same company. And at the end of the day, if you all possess such skills, you'll be able to integrate in teamwork. And once you are able to integrate in teamwork, it means that there will be a flow of production of goods and services. Unlike expecting someone to play his role while when I, as a person, you are just seated there, will say, oh, it's not my responsibility to make sure that goods and services are produced. It's the responsibility of the CEO. I'm waiting for CEO to tell me what to do. No, you shouldn't wait for a CEO to tell you what to do. The moment you get to work, go straight to your office. You know your rules. Don't bask under the sun. Don't move from office to office, gossiping or drinking tea. No. What you must do, what you must perform your skills. And then at the end of the day, you do what? You enhance or acquire the skills. And remember, we said the skills shouldn't favor anyone. It should be a fair play. So now moving on, we are saying that this act says no to providing employment services for a gain without being registered as an employer. Meaning here, if a business is not registered, it can't take part in skill development training. So now businesses should be legit so as to take part in this skill development training. But here in South Africa, even if some businesses are not legit, or they are not registered, you find that they take part. Why? Because sometimes, somehow, things are not done properly. It's a matter of whom you know, who has that much influence. So there are some businesses that are not legit, but they know people in power, people who can have influence. And such businesses, you find that they take part in SETA or in this skill development training. So now SDA says no to such businesses. So, okay, moving on. Furnishing false information in any prescribed document. Some businesses, even when they see actually that they don't qualify, what they do, they provide with fake information. They'll fake the profits that they are making. They'll fake the payroll. If you still remember from the start, we said that in order for a business to qualify for this Skill Development Act, it should be engaged in an annual payroll of 500,000. So you may find some businesses, they don't even attain such profits, or they don't even engage in such payrolls, but now they want to do what? They want to take part in Skill Development Act, not with the mentality of improving the skills of those who are working for them, but because they want that money. Okay, moving on. We have the penalties for businesses that fail to comply, because there are businesses that can qualify to take part in this SETA. But now you find that upon the receivement of such money to finance the training, instead of using that money appropriately, they divert it towards their own pockets. So now let's check what would be the charge if those businesses don't comply according to SETA or SDA expectations. So businesses that do not pay the skill development levy may not offer learnerships or claim grants from the SDA. Meaning businesses that qualify. Yes, you may find businesses can qualify, the paperwork may be compiled, but at the end of the day, if businesses fail to pay 1% of their annual payroll to skill development act or to SETA, then they do what? They do not they do not been offered such opportunity. So now moving on, a labor inspector could order the businesses to stop operating should the business be found guilty of illegal practices. Yes. This one, if you still remember, I spoke about legitness. Some businesses are legit, but now you find people who are working for such businesses. They are engaged in different set of illegal practices, things that are not transparent. So if the business is engaging in such aspects that are not transparent, then there will be a charge for that. So now we are going to discuss or check ways in which businesses can comply with the Skill Development Act. Meaning here we are actually going to say yes or merits to Skill Development Act. The Act says yes to the following. Remember, this Act has been established to enhance the skill of those people who are already employed. But those who are not employed, they are actually being sidelined. So now, in order for businesses to comply, in order for businesses to take part in this act, employers who collect pay should register with SETAs. Pay is pay SUN. So now, if you still remember, there are those employers who are taking the income tax from their employees. So now they submit such tax to SARS. So now here it says that employers who collect pay should register with SETAs. If as employer you are the one in charge of collecting that income tax, it means that you also can have that chance or platform to register with the SETA. So now, moving on, 1% of an employer's payroll has to be paid over to the SETA. So now this one, if you still remember, I've been stressing it a lot. So now, moving on to another aspect, businesses should register with SARS, South African Revenue Service, in the area in which their business is classified or in which their business is located. So in each and every province here in South Africa, the South African Revenue Service is there. So now businesses that are not collecting pay SUN, they are expected to go to close by SARS to pay what? To pay or register to take part in this. Okay, so now moving on, employers should submit a workplace skills plan and provide evidence that it was implemented. But actually we are saying that in order for a business to qualify to take part in this Skill Development Act, they should come up with a schedule of the skills that are lacking in their businesses. And how are these skills going to help their businesses to be successful? Remember, we said from the start, the success of the business rely entirely on collection of profits. So now moving on, businesses with more than 50 employees must appoint a skill development facilitator. Meaning if the business wants to take part in skill development act and people who are nominated to take part are 50, the SETA can't really be dealing with 50 people. They should select the representative, someone who's going to represent them. Also assess the skills of employees to determine areas in which skill development are needed. Assess the skills of employees to determine areas in which skills development are needed. If you still remember from the start, it was said that the company should have a skills plan. How should they be able to schedule out the skills plan? They must check the skills that is lacking in their business. If in their business they lack the finance skills or the skills on how to handle cash, obvious, they should train someone on how to handle cash. Also, if in the business there is a shortage of marketing skills in terms of the promotion of brand, also in the same manner, they should make sure that they train people towards what? Towards marketing area. Okay, moving on to another aspect, encourage employees to participate in learnerships and other training programs. This one also in the same manner, we have been stressing it a lot. So now moving on, provide all employees with the opportunity to improve their skills. So a company can only qualify to take part in Skill Development Act if it doesn't practice discrimination. Discrimination, remember, we said it's when there is somehow judgment of people in terms of age, in terms of skills, in terms of the color of skin, in terms of the language. So now each and every person that qualifies to take part in this Skill Development Act should be given that platform, should be given that opportunity, should be given that chance. That's what the Act says. So now, if that particular business doesn't discriminate, it gives each and every employee opportunity to improve their skills, then yes, they can be catered for. Okay, moving on. Business should register with the relevant setters. Relevant setters, why we say relevant setters? If you still remember, we said that there are setters that are not accredited with South African Communication Authority. They are not registered, especially nowadays. If you can check, the scamming is taking place a lot. There are people who can just claim to form part of SETA, when in actual fact they are not accredited, and they come to your business and then they try by all means to lure you, you give out money, and then at the end of the day you end up crying after the loss. So now we are saying that in order for a business to be considered as a complying business in this act, it should be a registered business with an accredited SAQA. Okay, moving on to another aspect, we have a SETA. We are going to check, where is this SETA getting money from? How is it getting money? So if you still remember, before we can even look at some other set of funding, I said it earlier that SETA also collects money from the 1% of annual profits from different set of businesses. So now let's move on and check. So discuss the function of SETA. Okay, this one functions. Now let's look at the functions of SETA. So the roles of SETA is to report to the Director General. They report on what? They report on the progress of those businesses who have applied and who qualified to implement Skill Development Act. So now the SETA will go to the field or on the field to check if these businesses are really able to do what? Are really able to implement such skills as planned, as scheduled by SETA. So now, after that, SETA has to go and give a report to the Director General. So now, moving on to another aspect, SETA's function also is to promote and establishes learnerships, meaning they promote and they start learnerships. The business only submits the skill plans to SETA. So now SETA is the one that is going to establish these learnerships and make sure that they promote them. Business doesn't promote learnership. Business doesn't establish learnership. Their only mandate or their only role is only to submit the skill plan to SETA, so that SETA can be able to use that schedule of skill plans to establish learnerships. Then at the end of the day, they are able to promote. So now moving on to another aspect, we are saying that SETA collects levies and pays out grants as required. So now the levies that we are referring to a skill development levy, that charge of 1%. That 1% of profits, only SETA is entitled to take that money, not any other bodies. So now moving on to another aspect, we are saying that the function of the SETA is to provide accreditation for skills development facilitators. So now, these skill development facilitators, they are those people who are actually being trained by SETA. And SETA is the one that gives the right to say, okay, when I go to that particular company and check if those people are indeed implementing the skills plan that they have actually submitted to us. Okay, so now also these people, it's not just anybody who can just volunteer to go and say, oh, hey, since I know you, my brother or my sister or my uncle, you're working under SETA, may I just work here, maybe to volunteer, or maybe you can just give me something just for break after working. No, the facilitator should be accredited by the SETA, not the uncle. Okay, moving on to another aspect. So register learnership agreements or learning programs. So this one, we have been stressing it a lot. Moving on to another aspect, approve workplace skills plans and annual training reports. So if you still remember, I said that businesses only submit to SETA the skill plans, the set of skills that are lacking in their businesses. And also they must outline that these skills that are lacking in our business are the ones that are delaying us from attaining success. So now, upon the submission of such skills to SETA, then SETA will sit down and then check if such skills are really worth taking. So now, after that, if SETA sees that the skills that the businesses have submitted are really worth taking, then they will approve and then they will issue out. They will do what? Then they will establish learnerships and then promote them. So now remember, we also said that SETA is the one that monitors the implementation of Skill Development Act. So now if SETA is the one that monitors the implementation of this act, it means that it also has to give a report. If you still remember, the first one, we said that SETA report to the Director General. They just give a report after what? After making sure that they do what? They do follow-ups, they check, they monitor on daily basis or monthly basis or fortnight basis or after 6 months. But they make sure that at the end of the day, they compile a report for the whole year. Okay, so moving on, we are saying that the functions of SETA is to monitor or evaluate the actual training by service providers. So now these service providers we refer to businesses. Remember from the start, I said that some businesses may say that they are going to offer our skill development act, or they are going to enhance the skills of their employees, but upon receiving money, that money now goes straight, or that money is actually now being diverted towards their own pockets. So now SETA is always there to check if such monies that monies that are meant to enhance the skills of employees, they are not misused. Okay, so now moving on. Also, the function of SETA is to allocate grants to employers, education and training providers. SETA is the one to make sure that they give out money to finance this training. Remember, from the start, I said that the business, for it to qualify to issue out this skill development training, they must first what? They must first attain the profits of half a million, or have a payroll of what, half a million. Then if they have that payroll of half a million, then they have to pay 1% of their profits to what? To the SETA. Then SETA now will be the one to give what? To give money back to these particular businesses to make sure that they improve or they enhance the skills of those who are in need of enhancement of the skills, so as to improve the operation of the business towards success, of which this success is nothing but the attainment of profits. Okay, so moving on to another aspect, we are saying that the function of SETA also is to foresee the training in different sectors of South African economy. So now here, the sectors, we refer to different bodies like primary sector, secondary sector, tertiary sector, and the likes. So now, in primary sector, remember the primary sector here is the sector that is involved in extraction and many more. So under primary sector, nature is taking a form here. So there are those people who are working under primary sector and they want to enhance their skills. So now they shouldn't be sidelined because they are working under primary sector and they're engaged in nature. No, they should also be given that platform to take part in what? In skill development training. So SETA also is there to make sure that even those people who are working under primary sector, those people who are working at the mines, who want to improve their skills, they are given that chance. Also, it is ensuring that those people who are involved in crops, there are businesses that are in crops and rearing of livestock, also they are given a chance to improve their skills, because now if you check here in South Africa, primary sector is the major contributor of GDP. They contribute more towards what? Towards GDP, and of which GDP is the vector that can help us to measure whether the economy is growing or the country is growing. And remember, GDP gives out economic growth, of which economic growth we only consider the improvement in terms of production of goods and services by firms or businesses. So now also remember, I also touched on secondary sector. Secondary sector also, this is the sector that is engaged in processing goods and services or manufacturing goods and services. So now there are those people who are working in factories, and to find that these people, they have been working in factories for many years. They need also to enhance their skills. So now a SETA will make sure that even those people who are involved in factories, they are given a chance also to enhance their skills. Not always meaning if maybe them the machine operators, they remain machine operators. No, they should also enhance their skills so that also they become managers of tomorrow. Or those ones who are engaged in cutting cloth, they should also enhance their skills so that at the end of the day also they are sitting on machinery and fixing those cloths. So now moving on to another sector, which is tertiary sector. So now this one of tertiary sector, it is involved in services. So now here we are talking of the white collar jobs, of which it is much believed that in these white collar jobs, that's where the enhancement of skills should take place, which is not true. Each and every sector, people need to enhance their skills. As I have explained earlier, that under primary sector, that's where most of the South African GDP comes from. Meaning that's where most of the South African are employed. So now if that's where most of South African are employed, it means that they should also focus on that primary, not only on white collar jobs like bonuses, education, and the likes. So now also those people who are involved under healthcare facilities and also education, they should be given a chance also to enhance their skills. Okay, so now moving on, we are saying that another function of SETA is to develop skill plans in line with the national skill development strategy. So now this one of national skills development strategy is a technique that the government has put into place so as to enhance the skills of South Africans nationwide. So now the SETA also, whenever it evaluates the skill plans from the service providers of businesses, it should also compare the national skill development strategy or technique that is in place for that particular year. So they shouldn't only check, okay, the business wants to improve this set of skills, why this one of national skill development strategy doesn't cater for such a set of skills. These skill plans scheduled by the service providers or businesses, it should form part of the national skill development strategy. In short, I'm saying that these skill plans, it should fall under the list of the skills that South Africa is aiming to achieve. So now moving on, SETA also draws up skills development plans for their specific economic sectors. Remember, economic sectors are SETA, we have primary, we have secondary, as well as tertiary. So now here, the SETA has its target sector. The target sector is the sector that maybe they want to improve. So them in that particular area or in that particular province, they will check the need of the skills. And then if they find, okay, we need these skills, also they must identify the sector. If maybe there's a need to improve the skills in tertiary sector, yes, they'll go for it. But now also if they see that there's a need to improve the skills under primary sector, also they must go for it. Remember, as I said earlier, the primary sector is the one that has employed a lot of South Africans. Here we have the mines, we have agriculture, we have fishing, and the likes. So now here, the SETA normally draw up the schedule or plan for their target sector. So now this target sector, it will depend according to province or according to what, or according to the municipality. Because now in different, as I have already said it, in different provinces and different municipalities, people do what? People do possess a different set of skills. So now moving on to another aspect, we are saying that this SETA provide training or programs for skill development facilitators. So now this one we have already discussed it. For sure, now it's becoming monotonous. So now let's move on to another aspect. Okay, moving on to another aspect. SETA pay out grants to companies that are complying with the requirements of the Skill Development Act. So now this one also we have discussed. So now also it promotes learnership programs by identifying suitable workplaces for practical work experience. Remember this one, I told you that once the business or the service provider has submitted the skill plan to the SETA will evaluate such a skill plan. Then after the evaluating such skill plan, then they do what? Then they'll check if such skills are worth taking. So now, how are these SETA funded? This one I've already explained, but now let me get into it. Skill development leave is paid by employees. 80% is distributed to the different SETA and 20% is paid into the National Skills Fund. Meaning from that 100% that companies have paid to issue out skill development authority, 80% will go to different SETAs, while 20% it will be what? It will remain in the SETA's pool so as to finance the enhancement of people's skills. So now also SETA gets funding from donations and grants from the government or from the public. Whoever wants to donate to the SETA, they are welcome. That's how SETA makes money. Also, the surplus funds from government institutions. Some of the institutions from the government, they may be given the budget, but we find that after the fiscal year, they are still remain with some money they didn't spend. Then such money, they'll give it to SETA. So also funds received from rendering their services. Whenever SETA render services, they get paid. So now with that money that they get paid, they can also use to finance skill development. So now we are actually going to explain the National Skill Development Strategy and the Women Resource Development Strategy. So now skill development strategy and women resource strategy, they are more or less the same. Now we are actually going to check, or we are going to compare how they do differ. So now this one of a skill development strategy, it encourages good quality training, while this one addresses skill shortages in South Africa. So now moving on to the second one, this one, it provides for the participation of government, organized and business labors, while this one aims at achieving fast economic growth. Remember, economic growth, I said, is nothing but the improvement in terms of production of goods and services by different businesses or firms. So now also under NSDS, we are seeing that it improves social development through economic development. Economic development here, we check the growth or improvement of standard of living of the households or people or the inhabitants of that particular people. So here there are a lot of what vectors that can tell us whether this economy is what developed or not. So now here we can check the poverty line, we can also check the death rate, we can also check the birth rate, we can also check the life expectancy, we can also check the fertility rate and the likes. So now here it says that this one helps to alleviate poverty. When you alleviate poverty is when you get rid of poverty. So now also we are saying that this SETA indicates how sector training authority should use the money allocated from the skill development levy. So I mean this one, it is associated with how well money is being spent. It actually check if this money is misused or used properly. So now under HRDS, it shows what? It shows short-term and long-term workforce skills. They check the short-term skills and then the long-term skills. So now remember, Some of the employees, they only need short-term skills, and others, they need the long-term skills. This ones of short-term skills can be those people who already attend some qualifications. Now they just want to some additional qualifications. While this one of long term, you may find they don't even have qualifications. The qualification that they have is only birth certificate. Yeah. Okay. So now moving on, we are saying that NSDS, it improves the access to training programs, while this one of HRES improve the supply of skills. So this one, it checks whether people are able to access the training, whether those people who really qualifies to take part in this training, they do take part, while NSD only check what the supply of such skill, to check that indeed this skill or value should be given to these people. Okay, so now lastly but not the least, NSDE builds training centers. This one, it builds training centers. If there are needed training centers there, they make sure that they build them. But if there are training centers that are needed, they also make sure that maybe they find the venue so that such training can take place. So now, while this one of HRDS, it really take part into making sure that the participation in a lifelong training take place by the employees. So now I think at this juncture, we have explained what are the differences or distinction between the national skill development strategy and the human resource development strategy, taking into account SETAs. So now, please, when you are alone, make sure that you go through whatsoever that we have discussed to check if you really understand. So now, in the next lesson, we are going to discuss Labor Relations Act. And this Labor Relations Act is the act that is normally taking the relationship between those who are able to hire and others, and those who are actually being hired. Meaning this one, it addresses the relationship between the employer and the employee. So now, at this juncture, normally focuses only on the rights of workers at different workplaces. So now it gives the insight, guidelines on how these trade unions should be formed and how they should actually operate so as to address their mandate. So now the second one, we are saying that this act has been established so as to do what? So as to taking into account the Commission for Conciliation, Mediation, and Arbitration for dispute resolution. Remember, I said dispute normally we refer to what? We refer to a disagreement between the employer and the employee. So now CCMA was established in terms of the LRA in 1995 as amended. So now CCMA chip in if there is what? Disputes that are not actually solved at the workplace level. So now moving on, we are saying that this act has been established with the purpose of providing a framework structure for labor relations between the employers and employees. Meaning these guidelines that this act gives, it does portray the guidelines on how employees can relate well with their employers. So now moving on to the next aspect, it classifies the transfer of employment contracts between the existing and new employers. So now remember, if you are working for a certain company, there should be an agreement, written agreement. And that written agreement, we call it what? A contract. So now if when as a person you are living from one job to the next, while still having the contract with other business. So now this act will give the insight on how actually you should move from one job to the next, even though you are still having the contract with another business. So now, or previous business. So now moving on to the next purpose, we are saying that it advances economic development, social justice, labor peace to ensure that the workplace maintains the basic rights of employees. So now remember in a previous lesson, I did explain the meaning of economic development. So now when we refer to economic development, this is nothing but the improvement of standard of living of the inhabitants of a certain country or certain nation. So now here, in order to gauge or measure out the economic development, we check different vectors such as poverty level, such as literacy level, such as fertility level, death rate, and the likes. So now moving on to the next, we are going to discuss what? We're going to discuss the impact of LRA on businesses. So now this impact, actually, we are going to check the positive side of it. The first one, we are saying that this act promotes a healthy relationship between the employer and employees. So meaning, since this act gives the insight or the guidelines on how workers should relate well with their employers, then it promotes a conducive environment for both parties, namely employer and the employee. So it somehow minimizes a lot of conflicts between two parties. So now moving on to the next aspect, we are saying that a particular business, you should follow whatsoever guidelines that do appear in that particular contract. So now moving on, we are saying that the impact is that labor disputes are settled quicker and are less expensive. Why? Because this act gives simple procedures on how to solve resolution how to solve the conflicts between the employer and the employees. So now moving on, workplace forums can add value to businesses if it functions properly. We normally refer to what? We normally refer to committees, the committees inside that particular business. So businesses are actually having committees, and if they're having committees, this will give the employers and the employees a chance to relate well with one another. Why are we saying that? Because in these committees, they will be able also to exercise their own opinions. We are referring to employees. Okay, moving on to the next aspect, it protects employers who embark on lawful lockouts when negotiations between parties do fail. So now remember, a misunderstanding between the employer and the employee. So now if the strikes or still continues or prolong, then the employer has a right to lock out those people who have embarked in a strike, or those people who have actually engaged in a strike, if the strike maybe take long. So now moving on to another aspect, we are saying that LRA provides for the principles of collective bargaining and puts structures in place with which disputes in the workplace can be settled. So now collective disputes, here we normally refer to negotiations between employers association and trade unions on matters such as conditions of employment, wages, and the likes. So now moving on to another aspect, we are saying that this LRA provides specific guidelines for employers on correct and fair disciplinary procedures. If there is any misunderstanding between the employer and the employee at the workplace, so now this act does give what? It does give the guidelines on how to solve such dispute prevailing in the workplace. So now remember, disciplinary procedures, there should be a written code of conduct that should be followed whenever we solve the issues taking place at the business level. So now for sure, on this one, grade 12s, you know that disciplinary procedures, they are in line with ethics as well as professionalism. So now when we talk of ethics, we talk of a set of rules that have been set by the businesses so as to do what? So as to work as a guide to employees and the employers. So now professionalism is actually being able to follow such set rules. Okay, moving on to another aspect, we are saying that employers and employees have guidelines regarding correct and fair dismissal procedures. So now you can't just fire someone. If this someone crosses the boundaries as a CEO, you can't just give the command to HR and say, hey, HR, just fire this person because this person has actually crossed the boundaries. There are procedures that should be followed. And this LRA, that's what does give such guidelines on how to fire someone. Can't just fire. There should be warnings, and there should also be a number of warnings given to that particular employee before they actually been dismissed. Okay, so now moving on to another aspect, we are saying that it provides mechanisms such as statutory councils, collective bargaining, or CCMA. So remember, I said that collective bargaining here we refer to negotiations between employers association and trade unions on matters such as conditions of employment, wages and salaries, and the likes. So now this act, it does give the guidelines on how to deal with issues of salaries, how to deal with issues of wages and other conditions that are not favorable at a different workplace. So now moving on to another aspect, we are saying that employers are entitled to compensation from the labor corps if they suffered damages as a result of unprotected strikes. So remember, sometimes when strikes are taking place, you find that the management of that particular company get affected or get injured, and also the property in the same manner got damaged. So now this act also gives what? It gives the inside guidelines on how the business can take measures when strikes resulted in the damage of the property, also when people were actually injured. Okay, so now moving on, we are going to check now the negative side of this act. I'm going to check the negative side of this act. Remember, each and every aspect has pros and cons. So now the negative side of it is that reduced global competitiveness due to lower productivity. Lower productivity, lower productivity we refer to what? Low production of goods and services. So now global, remember, we refer to what? We refer to international relationship. So competitiveness here, we check whether this business will be able to promote its brand internationally. Will its brand be recognized in other countries? So now this LRA somehow reduce what? Reduce the chances of the brand being known by other countries. Why are we saying that? We are saying that because sometimes you may find that there is what? You may find that there's a prevailing indifferences between the employer and the employee, and then such matters end up giving a chance of some of the employees to leave that particular job, And if they leave that particular job, it means that now the number of people who are working in that particular business has decreased. And if the number has decreased, that will result in low production of goods and services. Because you may find the people who left that particular business, they left with their own skills. And now to replace someone with the very same knowledge, it's not easy. Because as we know, as people, we are unique. Even if we do possess our same skill, but the approach towards the production of goods and services is somehow different. Okay, so moving on to another aspect, we are saying that productivity may decrease if employees are allowed to participate in the activities of trade unions during work time. Yes, work time, nothing should be done but working. People should only have a break when it's lunchtime and maybe tea time, because in other businesses there are lunch times and tea times. So now working hours, if you still remember in a previous lesson under Skill Development Act, I did mention that according to basic conditions of Employment Act, the provisions of that act says that working hours should be 8 hours per day. And if, say, there is overtime, it shouldn't elapse 1 hour, meaning it should at least, if overtime is included, be 9 hours per day. So now, if trade unions now they are exercising their roles during working hours, that one on its own is going to stop or is going to reduce the level of production of goods and services. Because remember, as an employer, you are expecting your employees to produce goods and services as expected and timely without any waste of resources. Okay, moving on, we are saying that this cost of labor increases because of legal strikes. The cost may increase in paid there regarding healthcare. So now also if property get damaged, it means that now it should be replaced. And now if it's going to be replaced, it means that now the business is going to pump out money for that. And once the business pumps out money for that, in the long run now, it will even hinder it from expanding or promoting its brand. So now moving on, we are saying that this act is somehow negative towards the business, because employers may not get a court interdict to stop a strike. Yeah, sometimes it's not easy to stop a strike as employers. There are a lot of procedures to be followed. So the moment the employers are still trying by all means to engage on issues that should be followed whenever they want to stop strike, that on its own is going to be time consuming, because now it will need paperwork. Because sometimes, if you have seen, if there's a strike, especially at business levels, it does take time before that strike stops. That is why previously I said that if there's something like that, the strike prolongs, then there shall be what? A lockout. Moving on, we are saying that employers may have to disclose information about workplace issues to union representatives. That could be the core of their competitive advantage. So remember, some of the information in the business is a confidential information. So now, as a business, if you have to disclose such information to the union's representative, they might take the information to your competitor, and now that competitor now be able now to beat you in terms of the market. Remember, whenever we refer to the competitor, we refer to what? We are saying that employers may not dismiss employees at will, as procedures have to be followed. Sometimes, yes, you may find that the culprit who started the strike. You see that, okay, this one is the one who started the strike. But now you can't just fire that person because the person started the strike. There are some procedures to be followed. Even though now, when as a person you see that I can't allow this person to work for my business anymore, you can't fire that person. You have to follow what? You have to follow the guidelines that are actually been portrayed in this Labor Relations Act. So now it may take time. It may take time. You may find that now it may take more 2 or 3 months before that person is actually fired. So imagine if you are working with someone whom you know that this person, instead of aiming to make sure that my business becomes, trying by all means to bring a business down, then now you are forced to work with such individual. It's not easy. Okay, so moving on to another aspect, we are saying that many employees take advantage of the right to strike without acknowledging their responsibilities. Yeah, because now, if employees know that they have a right to strike, even when not necessary, they just strike because they know they have their rights. So now, this act somehow is not good there to give these employees to strike. Instead of giving these employees to strike, at least it can at least give the guidelines to say, okay, guys, if you are not happy with the environment at which you are working in, make sure that you do what you follow this and that instead of saying strike. This one of strike is very, very bad. Remember what recently happened in Soweto. Most of the businesses got affected, and in particular malls. So now the government didn't even plan or budget for the replacement of damaged property. But now the government now was forced to pump out money to fix such damaged properties, rebuilding of malls, rebuilding of other shops, and the likes. So now moving on to another aspect, we are saying that many employees and employers do not understand or respect the Labor Relations Act, of which this is true. I've seen the volume of people who are going to the Department of Labor because of unfair dismissal. Some of the employers, yes, they know of the act, but they are somehow negligent. They don't even read what the act possesses. They don't. So now, in a business, if you want to grow, you should make sure that you understand all of these acts. Because the moment you don't understand all of these acts, you end up performing whatsoever be regarded as not complying with the act. So now this one is just that most of people who are in business, they haven't undertaken a research to understand the inside of different side of acts. So if your mother, your father, your uncle, whoever in your family is having a business, go out there, teach them about these acts, how these acts are working. Because you see some of the businesses, they end up shutting down because of failure to comply with this Labor Relations Act. Because now, if employees take the business to CCMA because of the failure of the business to deal with a dispute, at the end of the day, you find that such businesses end up shutting down or being insolvent. Okay, so moving on to another aspect, we are saying that strike actions always result in loss of production for which employers may not claim. This one is very painful. I said it earlier that some of the strikes result in the damage of property. And once the property has been vandalized, the business now has to take from its profits to replace such damaged property instead of channeling such amount towards what? towards the implementation of new products, or towards the opening of more branches, or towards a marketing, so that the brand can be known globally. Okay, so now moving on to another aspect, we are saying that some trade unions may not promote the mandate of their members, but embark on industrial action, which is harmful to labor relations between employers and employees. So here, when we talk of industrial action, we refer to issues such as strikes, go slow, and the likes. So in some businesses, if the employees are not happy with the way things are being done in that particular business, instead of striking, you may find that they go slow. When they go slow, they don't stop producing goods and services, but the rate at which goods and services are being produced is now very, very slow. So now remember, this act, we said that this act encourages what? Encourages trade unions. So some of these trade unions, instead of performing their mandate, they do what? They do the opposite. And once they do the opposite, then it's going to affect the relationship between the employer and the employee. Because now the trade unions may find that now their approach is totally bad. We are saying that some businesses may feel that the LRA gives employees too much power, as it creates lengthy procedures, e.g., consulting with workplace forums. Remember, workplace forums, I said these are workplace committees. And these workplace committees, they involve lawyers coming up with immediate solution. Now they have to consult the act. What is the act saying concerning this issue? So now that one on its own, it takes time. Meaning that issue that took place today, we may find that now it will be resolved after a month or after 2 months and the likes. So now moving on, we are going to discuss the discriminatory actions according to the LRA. So now this is what the Act says no to it. What the Act says no to it. So now this Act says no to unfair or illegal dismissal of employees. Remember, for a business to fire someone, they shouldn't just fire someone without following the procedures on how to dismiss someone at the workplace. There should be first warning, there should be second warning, there should be third warning. Then at the end of the day now, that particular employee should be dismissed or should be fired. It also says that no to preventing employees from joining trade unions. As an employer, you don't have a right to prevent employees from joining any organization that will fight for their rights. You don't have to say no. You give them that platform, because the Act says that each and every employee has to join a trade union, of which, if there's anything taking place in a business, then the trade union will fight on their behalf. Also, if they join this trade union, you may find that it will minimize industrial actions such as strikes, go slows, and the likes. Then at the end of the day, you find that that dispute that was taking place in your business, or that indifferences that was taking place in your business, now is smartly resolved. Okay, moving on to another aspect. This Act says no to reducing the establishment of workplace forums. Remember, we said workplace forums here, we refer to workplace committees. So now this Act says that as an employer, don't prevent your employees from forming what? From forming the forums. What you must do, you must make sure that you also become part of those forums, and that forums also should be in writing. They shouldn't just be a verbal forum, but it should be in writing and should be approved by what? By the employer or the management of that particular business. Okay, moving on. This act says no to forcing employees to give trade union membership. It says no to forcing employees to give up trade union membership. So now, as an employer, if you find out that one of your employees have joined the trade union, you don't have a right to stop them. You say, okay, if when you are a member of this trade union, I no longer want you in my business. You don't have that right. If you do that, then your business will negatively be affected. And if your business is negatively be affected, it means that also the success is going to be affected. Remember, whenever we talk of the success, we refer to what? We refer to the attainment or collection of profit. Okay, so now moving on, we are saying that this act says no to not allowing employees to take part in legal strikes, which is employees' rights. Remember, a strike can be legal if now the employees, before they embark in such strike, they must go to the police to get that what? To get that that go ahead to strike. And that go ahead should be what? In a written format. They shouldn't just strike without the consent of the police. Okay, so now moving on, we are saying that this act says no to cancellation of employees' contracts by a new employer when a business is sold. This one is not easy at all. So meaning that if you sell your business, you must also sell your employees, unless otherwise. You can't just terminate or cancel their contracts and say, okay, guys, now I'm selling the business, I'm canceling your contract. No, if you are canceling the contract, you should make sure that you do what? You arrange a meeting with them and then you compensate them. No, don't just cancel their contracts, because the moment you cancel their contract without any form of compensation, they can take you to CCMA. Then from there, your business will be badly affected, or when as an individual, you'll be badly affected. Okay, so moving on, we are saying that this act says no to refusing to give workplace forum members. It says no to refusing to give workplace forum members which should be paid in timely and also attending meetings during working hours. So now, working hours, I spoke about it. No employee should attend any trade union meeting during working hours. And also this act says that during working hours is working hours, and the expectation is that employees should produce goods and services instead of sitting and then starting to have meetings. At the end of the day, now they're expecting to be compensated for that particular day when they failed to be productive. Okay, so also this act says no to refusing a leave to trade union representatives to attend trade union activities. So now, leave, remember this leave, we say off duty. This leave, it should be off duty. So now, people who are, or employees who are members of trade unions, they shouldn't just attend the trade unions without the consent of the employer. The employer, if these workers or employees are part of the trade unions and they want to perform their activities somewhere, now they should be given leave, and such leave should be paid. And this one is not forceful. It should be the communication between the employer and the employee. Remember, the major aim of this act is to promote the harmonious relationship between the employer and the employee, so as to avoid the disagreement between the two parties. Okay, so now moving on, we are saying that this act says no to breaching of collective agreements, resolution mechanisms by
either employer or employee. So now, if there's any disagreement, as I've said earlier, the employer has to follow the guidelines given inside LRA. They shouldn't use their own power to solve problems, but they should be using what the given guidelines by the Labor Relations Act. Okay, right. So now, moving on, we are going to evaluate or discuss ways in which businesses can comply with the LRA. So now, meaning here, we are going to check aspects that the Act says yes to them. This is what the Act says yes. So now we are saying that the Act says yes if the employer may be forced to enter into dispute resolution process. Some of the employers, whenever there is any disagreement between them and their employees, they always run away. So now the Act forces them that if there is any disagreement or if there is any dispute, make sure that you solve those disputes. Because if you fail to follow to solve the dispute, then hard measures will be taken on such employers. So I think this one is the right thing, because what I have disclosed recently, most of employers, whenever there is any dispute taking place, a state of solving such dispute, they run away. So now once they run away, this Act says, okay, if you run away, I'll deal with you. So now at the end of the day, you find such employers, their businesses are affected. And if their businesses are affected, they end up not attaining whatsoever profit that they were expecting to attain. Okay, moving on. We are saying that this Act says no says yes when businesses are fined if they fail to comply with the agreements reached during the dispute resolution process. Remember, sometimes you may find that there's a dispute taking place between the employer and the employee. And then whenever there's a meeting of the resolution, normally the minutes are taken. And when minutes are taken, you find that the next day, now the employer is doing the opposite. So once the employer is doing the opposite, then that one on its own will be very bad to the business operation. Okay, so now let's move on. We are saying that businesses that fail to comply with this Act may risk financial costs, such as legal, CCMA fees, and fines. So now this Act value is binding. It's binding any business that fail to follow whatsoever guidelines that are given in this Act, then they will be forced to pump out money, because now they will be charged. They will be charged in terms of legal basis, also in terms of money that should be paid to CCMA because of failure to comply with the guidelines of which they knew very well that they're supposed to comply. So now moving on to another aspect, we are going to discuss ways in which businesses can comply with LRA. So now if we check this 12 and 13 ways, is more or less the same. So now also employees should not be unfairly or legally dismissed. We discussed it. So now let's check the recommendation or the recommendation of the rights on LRA pertaining to employers. So now employers, they have a right to form organizations. Employers also, they have a right to form a bargaining council for collective bargaining purposes. Remember, collective bargaining, I said that this is a negotiation between employers association and trade unions on matters such as wages, salaries, working conditions, and the likes. So now employers also, they have the right to lock out employees who engage in an unprotected or illegal strike. So remember, a strike can only be legal if the police give a go ahead to strike. But also, if the police give a go ahead to strike, it should be in a written format. We are saying that employers have a right to dismiss employees who are engaged in an unprotected strike or misconduct, such as intimidation, violence during a strike action. But remember, when they dismiss, they shouldn't just dismiss, they should follow some guidelines according to Labor Relations Act. Employers, they have a right not to pay an employee who has taken part in an unprotected or protected strike for services or work they did not do during the strike. Yes, no work, no pay. So no production of goods and services, no payment. Because even in a contract, it is specified that if you don't render any form of a service, you are not going to be paid for such. So also inside the act, it says that if you are engaged in a strike, and this strike that you are engaged in, and when you are not producing goods and services, you shouldn't get paid, especially if the strike is not legal. But even though it's legal, somehow, but that particular day, they are going to check the issues that caused that strike. If the issues that caused the strike are issues that are understandable, then you will be getting paid for that particular day. But if the issues are not understandable, it means that day just lost the day. You're not going to be compensated for that particular day because you failed to produce goods and services. So now you'll be getting paid for what? Let's check the rights of the employees concerning this LRA. Okay, so now employees may join a trade union of their choice. As the employer, you don't have the right to prevent anyone from joining the trade union of their choice. And we say, no, you can only join this particular trade union, not this one, because this one, it has what? It has more power than this one. No, totally no. I won't call trade unions by the names, but there are different set of trade unions of which each and every employee has a right to choose the trade union of their choice. As an employer, you shouldn't choose for them. Okay, so now remember trade union, I said these are organizations formed so as to fight for the rights of workers. So now, when as an employer, you don't have any say concerning which trade union should employees join. So now moving on, employees have a right to embark on legal strikes as a remedy for grievances. Yes, they have a right to embark on legal strike, so as to raise their grievances, so as to raise whatsoever worries them, whatsoever is not conducive in that particular business. Remember, legally here, the police should have a say on it, and it should be in paper, should be in a written format. So now, if the reasons that employees are giving, the understandable reasons, then they do what? They have a right to engage in a strike or a go slow whenever they are not happy with the issues taking place in that particular business. Okay, right. So now moving on to another aspect, you're saying that employees have a right to refer unresolved workplace disputes to the CCMA. Remember, employees can only go to CCMA if the dispute failed to be resolved at the workplace level. There are a lot of reasons why some of the disputes can fail to be resolved at the workplace level. So now, if the dispute failed to be resolved at the workplace level, then that particular employee has a right to report or take that matter further to CCMA. When as the employer, you don't have any right to fight such employee, or you say, I'm firing you because Mina now you took me to CCMA. We have seen even when you're watching TV, most of the employers, they're actually being exposed that they fail to resolve issues that are taking place in their businesses. Hence, then their business at the end of the day end up shutting down. And now, surely if the business shuts down, you're affected as the owner of that particular business, because your major aim of establishing such business was to make profit. Okay, right. So now moving on, we're saying that employees have a right to refer unresolved CCMA disputes to the labor court on appeal. So sometimes you may find that, yes, employees, they took their matters to CCMA. So, but now also CCMA in the same manner fails to resolve the matter. So now if the CCMA fails to resolve the matter, these employees also, they have a right to take the matter onto the next step. So which is labor court on appeal. So that's where now also the matter will be resolved. Employees they do have a right to request trade union representatives to assist or represent employees in their grievances or disciplinary hearing. So sometimes you may find that an employee is having a disciplinary hearing in a business. So now they have a right to bring someone who is not even part of that particular business to come in that hearing, as long as that particular person is a member of a trade union. So now they are welcome to come and join such hearing, so as to check how they can reach a solution. Okay, so now also employees have a right to what? Trade union representatives that may take a reasonable time of work with pay to attend to trade union duties. So now, remember, if a trade union representative, you shouldn't just leave your workplace so as to attend the disciplinary hearing. You should give a notice. And then if you give a notice or you communicate with your employer, then your employer is not forced, but the employer will sit down and evaluate the reasons that are causing or making you to attend such hearing, while you leave your what your production of goods and services. I think at this juncture we have come to the end of the lesson. So in the next lesson we are going to discuss Employment Equity Act. As a reminder, and also remember, we actually checking how these recent legislations, 8 of them, do affect the operation of the business. Remember, the legislations are not limited to this 8 that we are putting under study. There are main legislations, but now the department chose to put this one on your annual teaching plan. Okay, so now, as we said earlier, that these basic conditions of Employment Act normally gives what the standard conditions or procedures that businesses can actually engage in, so as to run their day-to-day operation in a smoother way towards attaining or collecting a lot of profits, and at the end of the day the business becomes a success. So now the first provision that we have, we have hours of work. So as I said earlier or yesterday, that hours of work, we are actually going to check the overtime, and the normal working hours. And remember, the normal working hours, according to this legislation, it's 8 hours per day, of which it can only move to 9 if we have only or 1 hour overtime. So now workers may not work more than 5 hours in any week. Remember, 5 hours, because now in a day we have 9 hours. So 9 times 5, meaning 5 working days, is going to be 45 hours. So now this one is the one that includes the overtime. So now workers may work 9 hours a day if they work 5 days or less per week, or 8 hours a day if they work more than 5 days a week. So this one, we have already discussed it. So night work performed after 6 o'clock and 6 o'clock p.m. and before 6 a.m. The next day by agreement must be compensated by allowance or reduction of work hours. So now remember this one, we have been stressing it a lot. So now ordinary work hours may be extended by the agreement by a maximum of 15 minutes per day or 60 minutes per week to complete duties when serving the public. Remember, this can only be done via the what? Via the agreement between the employer and the employee. As an employer, as an employee, you don't have the right to extend your hours of work or the break time or the lunch time without informing your boss or the supervisor. So now moving on to another aspect, ordinary work hours may be reduced to a maximum of 40 hours per week, which is 8 hours per day. This ordinary normally refers to what? Normal working hours that we have discussed previously. So now we shall move on to overtime. Remember, we said overtime, it is after 8 hours each and every day, and of which that hour or hours after 8 hours, it should be compensated for. Workers must agree to work overtime. Yes, your boss shouldn't just tell you that you are working overtime today. It should be discussed prior to a day where overtime is expected to be engaged into your play. So now workers cannot work more than 3 hours overtime per day, 10 hours per week or 10 hours per week. Remember what I said earlier? I said that this act encourages most of businesses to at least give 1 hour overtime every day, of which is going to make 9 hours per day. But also it says that this overtime shouldn't exceed 3 hours, meaning the maximum can be 10 hours according to the act. So the moment it is 11 hours per day, that one on its own is totally out of line. The act says no to that. Overtime must be compensated as follows. So meaning whenever you are working overtime, there should be a token of reward or appreciation for going beyond your normal working hours. So now let's check out how the compensation should actually be engaged into a play. 1.5 times the normal rate of pay for overtime worked on weekdays as well as Saturdays. So now also double the normal rate of pay for overtime worked on Sundays and public holidays. So meaning Sundays and public holidays, whatsoever the company was offering or is offering for overtime, it should be a double. I'll make an example. If say maybe on Monday or during the course of the week, the overtime compensation, say it's 200. So it means that on Sunday and public holidays, it is going to be 400. That's what the statement actually means. So overtime must be paid either at a specific rate for overtime, or an employee may agree to receive paid time off.
So Minister of Labor may prescribe the maximum permitted working hours, including overtime for health and safety reasons for a certain category of work. So now we are going to move on to the types of leave. So now this leave, we're actually saying leave of duty when you are not at the workplace, but you are supposed to be at the workplace. So now that's the leave that we are referring to. And remember, these leaves, if you are going to be off duty, you should first communicate with your supervisor or your boss maybe 2 days or a day prior to the application of a leave. You can't just absent yourself from work without notifying your bosses or your supervisors. So now here we have different set of leaves that you are going to put under discussion. So now people can be off duty for various reasons. And for those reasons, if the reasons are actually valid, they should be compensated for, or they should be actually given the token of appreciation. So now we are going to discuss annual leave. So now this is the leave that and an employee is expected to take during the course of the year. So now workers are entitled to the following, meaning these are the provisions of this annual leave. 21 consecutive days annual leave per year, 1 day for every 17 days worked, or 1 hour for every 17 hours worked. So meaning in a year, each and every employee is entitled to 21 days of duty in the whole year. The whole 12 months, only 21 days a person can actually utilize to be off duty. And remember, I said that you can't actually absent yourself from work without notifying your supervisor. So now moving on, an employer can only pay a worker in lieu of leave if that worker leaves the job. So now moving on, we are going to talk of the sick leave. So sometimes you may find that you are off duty because of some certain sicknesses. So now let's actually check the conditions or provisions that are being catered for under the sick leave. Workers are entitled to 6 weeks paid leave in a period of 36 months. 1 day paid sick leave for every 26 days worked during the first 6 months of the employment. A medical certificate may be required before paying an employee who is absent for more than 2 consecutive days, who is frequently absent. I think this one is very, very important, whether you are frequently absenting yourself from work or not. But the moment you claim that you are not feeling fine, there should be an evidence from what? From a professional medical practitioner, be it a professional doctor or a nurse. There should be that particular evidence that you didn't come to work because you went to consult due to some certain illness. If you still remember or you haven't seen, most people, the moment they feel lazy to go to work, now they start buying sick leaves. So now companies are now advised to always make a follow-up, to call the institution or the clinic or the hospital that offered you the medical certificate or medical form, because nowadays most people are not transparent in their play. So now we are going to move on to maternity leave. So maternity leave, a pregnant employee is entitled to 4 consecutive months leave. Meaning if you are pregnant, you can be given 4 months of duty, of which those 4 months of duty you'll be getting paid only and only if you did communicate with your employer or your supervisor that I am seeking or I am applying for maternity leave. So I'll be taking 4 months of duty. So moving on, a pregnant employee may not be allowed to perform work that is hazardous to the unborn child. So now remember, there are some duties that are very dangerous. So now as a pregnant person, you are not allowed to work such toxic roles or duties the moment you are pregnant, because that one on its own shall affect your unborn child. The starting date is usually anytime from 4 weeks before the expected date of birth or advice of a doctor or midwife. So now this one of maternity leave, doctors are normally here allowed to give a word to the company, or maybe just give a report on your condition when you are going to give birth. And this usually shouldn't be more than 4 weeks. Okay, so now we are also going to move on to another type of leave that is called family responsibility leave. Sometimes you may find that as an employee, you can't make it to work because at home you have a sick child, you have a sick husband, or you have to attend to family issues. So now, even though it can actually be immediate, make sure that you communicate with your employer. So 3 to 5 days paid leave per year on request in the event of the death of the employee's spouse, life partner, parent, adoptive parent, current parent, child, adoptive child, child sibling. So now also this says that the moment you have any death in your family, you are expected to submit the proof that you are experiencing the situation that you are in. So now the business in that regard shall offer out the sick leave form. So an employer may require reasonable proof before granting this leave. Yes, there should be adequate proof. If you're saying that someone died, bring medical what? Bring medical, death certificate. If death certificate is not yet out, make sure that there's a witness of whatsoever death that you are claiming that took place in your household. So male employees are entitled to a maximum of 3 or 5 days paternity leave when his child is born. So now, as a male employee, if your wife is giving birth, you are expected to take 3 to 5 days of duty. So now moving on, we also have meal breaks and rest periods. So now this one also can be a type of leave, of which it should also be catered for by each and every organization or business. So workers must have a meal break of 60 minutes after 5 continuous hours of work. So meaning this 60 minutes, which is equivalent to 1 hour, workers should only have that break of 1 hour, only if they have worked for the period of 5 hours since they clocked in at work. So meaning this act says, or this condition says that if as a worker you haven't worked for the maximum of 5 hours after you clocked in, then you are not entitled to that 1 hour or 60-minute break. Only if you have worked or performed your roles or duties within the period of 5 hours after you have signed in at the workplace. So this can be reduced to 30 minutes by written agreement when working less than 6 hours per day. If you are working less than 6 hours per day, then 30 minutes break can actually be rendered or offered to you by your employer. A worker must have a daily rest period of 12 continuous hours per week or weekly rest period of 36 continuous hours, which must be included Sundays, or must include Sundays as well. So public holidays. Remember, public holidays, this is binding for each and every worker. If the government of South Africa says that a certain day should be a public holiday where each and every worker is expected to be off duty, let it be. All businesses are expected to follow that. So now let's check the conditions that are actually engulfed by these public holidays. Workers must be paid for any public holidays that they fall on a working day. So now here what it says is that any public holiday, if there's a public holiday during the course of the week, which is working what? Working hours. So now that particular day where an employee is going to be off duty, it should be, or that employee should be compensated for that particular day. That's what the government says. And each and every business should follow because it's binding. Work on public holidays is by agreement and paid at double the rate. That one we discussed, remember, as well. And we also have termination of employment contract. So a contract of employment may only be terminated following 1 week's notice if the worker has been employed for 6 months or less. So meaning if as a worker you have been working for a certain company for the period of 6 months or less, and then now you want to leave that particular company, make sure that you give a notice of 1 week. Why should you give a notice of 1 week? To look for your replacement. So now if you give them a notice of 1 week, it means that that 1 week will give them the flexibility to go out and check or recruit someone who can best fit that particular position. Unlike if as an employee, you just say, tomorrow I'm no longer coming to work. That one on its own is not good. It's bad both for you and the employer. Because remember, wherever you'll be going, you need what? You will need the references from your employer. So there's no employer who will give you a good reference when you just left without giving them any notice. A minimum of 4 weeks notice must be given if the worker has been employed for a year or longer. So meaning if you have been working for a certain company for at least a year, and then now you are no longer happy, or maybe now you have found a proper company that is offering a proper remuneration compared to your previous company, then you must give a notice of 4 weeks. Notice of 4 weeks. Why? Because your employer should look for someone who is the best fit for the position. So the employee must be given notice in writing. The employee must be given notice in writing. So in short here, also the employer must be given notice in writing. As an employee, you must write a letter to your employer to tell your employer that, and now I am no longer comfortable working for your company because of 1, 2, 3. Or now I'm leaving your company because I am going for greener pastures. So now it should be written in black and white, and also documented inside different set of files. An employee who is retrenched, dismissed for restructuring reasons, is entitled to 1 week severance pay for every year of service. So now let's move on to child and labor force. Child and forced labor. So remember out there are kids who are actually being forced to work when they are not willing and they are not able to work. But you find some companies are forcing such kids to engage into what? into performing certain or specific roles. So that one on its own, it is very bad according to this act. No kid is forced to work anyhow. And remember, we in a previous lesson, we discussed the workforce or the economically active population. And we said the economically active population, we refer to the age group between 15 and 64. So meaning whoever is aging less than 15 years of age, that particular person is a child. And he shouldn't or she shouldn't engage herself in any how towards the production of goods and services. So it is illegal to employ a child younger than 15 of age. We have discussed that. It is also illegal to force someone to work. Yes, it is very illegal. Someone should be having that willingness to work, that eagerness to work, and also there should be the ability to work. Businesses may employ children over the age of 15 years. Remember, I said the interval of economically active population or workforce here in South Africa is between 15 and 64. So now, moving on, we are going to discuss the compensation for Occupational Injuries and Disease Act. So this act was established with the aim of protecting the employees who are actually being exploited by different set of companies. And if, according to this act, if an employee gets injured at the workplace or while at duty, that particular employee should be compensated for, according to this act. So now let's check the purpose of this act. One of the purposes is that it provides a comprehensive or substantive protection to employees who injured in the course of performing their duties. You might get injured at the workplace. Maybe a machinery can cut your finger at the workplace. So in that regard, the company has to compensate that. Or you may find that you are a driver, you are a what? Into goods transit, or you're actually transporting goods. So now, upon your transportation, you come across an accident. So the company in that regard has to compensate because you were still performing the company duties. But if you are driving a company car and then you are running your own errands and accidentally you come across any maybe injury, then the company is not liable for any compensation because you were using the company's car while performing your own errands. Instead, now it's going to be a vice versa. You are the one who's supposed to do what? Who's supposed to pay the company or to replace the vehicle if maybe it is actually no longer in good condition due to accident. Quota applies to all casual and full-time workers who become ill, injured, disabled, killed due to workplace accident. So now, casual, here we refer to the employees who are not full-timers. The employees who are not full-timers. So even if you are an employee and you are not the full-timer in that particular business, you are expected to get compensation. The token of appreciation should also be given to you, regardless whether you are permanent or not permanent. It excludes workers who are guilty of willful misconduct, workers working outside South Africa for at least 12 months, members of the South African Defence Force, police services, and the likes. It provides for the establishment of a compensation board whose function is to advise the Minister of Labour on the application or provision of the quota. So now we are going to discuss The positive impact of QUETA. Why is this QUETA so good towards businesses? So now let's check why this QUETA can actually be good towards businesses as well as the employees. It promotes safety in the workplace. So now, the moment you know that QUETA or your business or your company is following this QUETA, that one on its own, it gives you sort of relief or sigh of relief, because you know very well that I am covered here. Anything or any injury that can take place, you know that compensation will come straight to your pocket. Right. So employees do not contribute towards this fund. As an employee, you don't contribute anything. But now the business and the Department of Labor, they are the ones to have their own agreement. Where now what you actually do as an employee is to come to work and then protect yourself. But if there's any injury, then you know that the compensation will actually come straight to your pocket. Claiming processes are relatively simple. So meaning, as a business, if you have an employee who got injured at the workplace or got injured while performing his duties, then to claim the compensation, it is not the long process. It eliminates time and costs spent on lengthy civil court proceedings. So meaning it eradicates or get rid of a wasting of time and also too much spending by the business. That's the good part of this QUETA. Any compensation to an employee or the family is exempt from income tax. So meaning the compensation, if you got injured at the workplace or while performing your duties, that compensation that the company is going to give you, is this not going to be taxed? You get it exactly the way it is. If it says 5,000, you receive it at 5,000 without being taxed. Employers are protected from financial burden should an accident occur in the workplace, provided that the employer was not negligent. So meaning this one on its own, it says that if you get injured at the workplace and you didn't plan for that and you don't have a budget for that, this is very simple, because you know that your company will be in charge of all the expenditures. It makes businesses more socially responsible, as they cannot just employ workers at the random in dangerous working conditions. So meaning, as I said earlier, that each and every business is expected to follow this QUETA. Why are they expected to follow register with QUETA? Because now that one on its own, it is making things very easy for them, because now it will also try by all means to create a good relationship with the surroundings of the business, which is in this regard, the external one. So now we are going to check the bad side of this act. Why is this act so bad? Remember, each and every aspect in life has pros and cons. So now let's check the bad side of this act. Claiming processes can be time consuming. The moment the company submits the reports to the Department of Labor, it is going to take time, because now the compensation won't actually be given the very same day. It will take days. Domestic or military workers are not covered. If you are a domestic worker or you're one of the military workers, it means this act doesn't cater for you, which is very, very bad and very, very painful. Workers who are temporarily or permanently employed in foreign countries are not covered. So now, if you are working in a country that is not your own country, it means that this act won't cater for you as well. Employers may be forced to pay heavy penalties if they are found guilty of negligence, not enforcing safety measures. So what this act says in short is that as an employer or the supervisor, make sure that your employees are following safety precautions. Avoid carelessness, because now if you do avoid carelessness and your employees are actually following safety precautions, it means that the chances of your employees getting injured are very, very slim. So implementation process or procedures required by the act may be very expensive in terms of time and expensive in terms of money. Procedures required by this act may be costly, as paperwork places an extra administrative burden on businesses. There's a lot of paperwork here to be done. And remember, a lot of paperwork, it is somehow very time consuming. So now we're actually going to say to check the discriminatory actions according to this act. What the act says no to. So now this act says no to employers who bribe employees from reporting the accident. So you know this is an extra administrative burden on businesses. There's a lot of paperwork here to be done. And remember, a lot of paperwork, it is somehow very time consuming. So now we're actually going to say to check the discriminatory actions according to this act. What the act says no to. So now this act says no to employers who bribe employees from reporting the accident. So you know there are some employers who are very corrupt. The moment they see that one of the employees got injured, they just play bribery instead of following proper protocols. So now this act says no to that. So the act also says no to providing false information about previous or serious accident or occupational diseases. So now don't exaggerate your accidents or injuries. Just report exactly the way it is. Because the moment you exaggerate and then the investigation is being carried and then you are found on the wrong side, compensation is not going to be given to you. So employers, this act says no to employers who do not contribute to the compensation fund. If your employer doesn't contribute the expected amount to the compensation fund of QUETA, it means that no one is going to be compensated in that particular business once they get injured at the workplace or while performing their duties. So now this act also says no to employers who do not allow claims for injuries or discriminate against injured employees. So now this act says that do not as an employer discriminate your employees, be it according to language, be it according to culture, be it according to race, be it according to gender, be it according to age and the likes. So now this act also says no to employers that take too long to process claims or delay the claiming process. You may find that some of the employers, the employee do submit the form where they show that they are not feeling fine or they got injured or they have some certain kind of disease. And now instead of the employer submitting the claim to QUETA, you find that they actually seated on that claim or they actually seated on that report. So now this act says no to that. As an employer, the moment you receive any report or any claim based on injury or based on any form of a disease from your employees, make sure that you process in a timely manner. So this act also says no to compensation that is set off against any debt of the person entitled to the compensation. So now we are actually going to check the penalties for non-compliance. So now let's check how these businesses that fail to comply with this quota, how they're actually going to be charged. Number one, businesses can be fined for refusing to lodge to a claim. If as a business, there's one of your employees who got injured at the workplace and you fail to report, that one on its own, it is going to call for a charge towards your business. Also, businesses can be forced. This is also one of the charges where businesses can be forced to make large payments if it did not take the necessary precautions according to the Act. Meaning if businesses fail to follow the Act, now there should be some large payments, even though the specific amount is not given, but the payment is going to be huge. Also, one of the charges can be they may be forced to pay any recovery costs required by the compensation fund. So meaning now they'll also be charged to pay a recovery cost, recovery expenditures. Moving on to another charge, employees may take businesses to court for not registering them with the commissioner of the compensation fund. Remember, each and every employee should be registered with the commissioner of the compensation fund. And also, the business is expected to pay some certain amount to this fund so that if there is any injury or any disease that can take place at the business level, then the business in that regard can straightforward compensate or give a token of appreciation to those who got injured at the workplace or those who got injured while performing their duties. Also, a charge can be that if businesses are found guilty of any misconduct, they will have to pay large penalties or face imprisonment. Meaning if this business are found on the wrong side, the owner of the business or the supervisor of the business might go to jail. Let's check ways in which businesses can comply with the quota. This is what the business says yes to. This is what the quota expectation. So now let's check what quota is expecting businesses to perform. Businesses should provide a healthy or safe working environment. That is why I said earlier that it is mandatory for each and every supervisor or each and every manager to make sure that employees do practice or do follow safety precautions while at the workplace. Businesses should ensure that the premises on daily basis before employees can even commence their roles in that particular day. There should be checking of the machinery, meaning there should be what we call asset register. Asset register, that's where they'll always register whether the machinery is in a good state or the equipment is in a good state, so that employees can start performing their duties or roles for that particular day. Also, the businesses are expected to register with the compensation commissioner and provide the particulars of the business. As I said earlier, once the business is not registered with this particular body, then they can't be able to pay that fee that they are expected to pay, so that whenever there is any injury or any disease taking place at the workplace, then funds will be released by quota. So now also businesses are expected to report all incidents causing death, injury, illness of employees. Levies must be paid to the compensation fund, meaning charges must be paid to the compensation fund. Remember, this levy is a charge. That particular percentage that businesses are expected to contribute towards the quota, so that if any disease or any injury can actually take place at the workplace, now the act or quota or whoever is in charge or the body in charge won't hesitate to release funds towards those who got injured. Businesses are expected to keep records of employees' income and details of work for 4 years. Meaning there should be records of how much each and every employee is rewarded at the end of each and every month, either be a salary or a wage, because there are those people who are casual and they don't get paid salaries but wage. And also there should be a sort of records. But according to this act, records should be in details of 4 years for those employees who have been working for a particular company for a period of 4 years. Some businesses are also expected to submit returns of earnings by no later than 1 March annually. So we are also going to discuss broad-based Black economic empowerment. This should be economic empowerment, not economic employment. That is a typo. Remember this act. This act was established with the aim of improving also the lifestyle of Black people, just like the white people. Remember, before 1994, Black people were somehow disadvantaged. So we have discussed that in previous lessons. So to save time, so now what are the purpose of this act? Broad-based Black economic empowerment. This act enables wealth to be spread more broadly across all population groups, whether you are a colored, whether you are an African, whether you are a white people or white person, wealth should always be spread equally. Remember, if you still remember, one of the major aim of South Africa, according to National Strategic Development Plan, is to reduce the income gap between those who earn too much money and those who earn less money. So now this act also can act as a catalyst towards achieving such set goal by the South African government. Oh, okay, right. Also, the purpose of this act is to outline areas that will give the government a platform for bringing equitable spread of wealth. So now I discussed this one already. So this act allows for the development of codes of good practice. Codes of good practice here, we refer to what? We refer to ethics, code of ethics, and professionalism. So remember, when you talk of code of ethics, we refer to a set of rules and regulations that govern a certain business. And professionalism, we refer to, professionalism is when employees, be it employer as well as employees, being able to follow the set rules of that particular business. Meaning to be professional is actually being able to follow the code of good practice or the code of conduct. Being professional doesn't necessarily mean you should always wear a tie, but also that one is part of it. Okay, so moving on, this broad-based Black economic empowerment, it aims at targeting inequality in the South African economy. Remember, I discussed this. According to the research, there's a wide gap of income inequality here in South Africa. Those who earn, they are earning a lot. And those who are not earning, or those who earn a little, they earn a little. So that one on its own is a challenge to our South African economy. That is why this act has been what is being practiced, so that that income gap should at least be minimized. Okay, right. Moving on, we are going to discuss different pillars of this act. So management control. What this act says is that each and every Black person should be given that particular platform also to be among the management or supervisors in a business. Remember, before ANC came into power, most Black people were not given that particular platform to enjoy or occupy managerial position. This act allows them to occupy the managerial position. Skill development, sorry. So now each and every Black person is allowed as well, according to this act, to be given training so as to enhance different set of skills, be it in-service training or out-service training. Is that these people can do more than that. Black people can perform also like white people. They shouldn't only be the consumers or buyers of goods and services. They should also be given a platform to supply to different set of business in the same manner, like white people and other groups. Socio-economic development or social responsibility. So remember, socio-economic issues, we refer to societal issues that can affect the operation of the business. So these societal issues can be crime, can be piracy, and the likes. So now let's go into details. Then we are going to check the implication of management control on businesses, meaning ways at which businesses can comply with management control. Businesses must ensure that transformation is implemented at all levels. Change is implemented at all levels. If there's a change, this change should be implemented at all levels, even in each and every department, not only one department. Appoint Black people in senior executive position to management. Black people also should be CEOs. Involve Black people in the decision-making process. Meaning this act says that managers or supervisors should practice democratic leadership style, where employees, whether you are Black, whether you are white, you should be included in a decision-making. So now this one is specifically referring to Black people, that Black people also should be catered for whenever the company members are discussing the way forward of the company. Also, ensure that Black females are represented in management. In management, Black female also should be given that platform, not only male, because this is a diverse country. Businesses score points in both management and ownership when selling more than 25% of the shares to Black investors, so that some of them can become directors. Meaning Black people also should be what? Should be sold shares. Unlike before, when they were not allowed to buy any particular form of business ownership. Due to a shortage of skilled Black managers or directors, some businesses find it difficult to make appointments. Of course, it's what? It's reasonable. Businesses are directly penalized for not implementing this pillar. If as a business you don't implement this pillar, if as a business you don't give Black people also to form part of your managerial positions, then that one on its own, it is going to call for any form of penalty. So let's check ways in which businesses can comply. Okay, we are done. Comply, Black people senior, okay. So now let's check the implications of skill development aspect. Businesses must engage Black employees in skills development initiative, meaning Black people also should form part of the group of people who are undergoing any form of training so that they can enhance their skills. Provide learnerships and learning programs to Black people. Business must contribute 1% of their payroll to fund the skill development. If you still remember, when we were discussing the Skill Development Act, we said that each and every business is expected to pay 1% of their payroll, and the payroll should be half a million. Business benefits from the increased pool of skilled or trained workers. Of course, if at your workplace you have larger volume of employees who are skilled, it means that even the approach towards production of goods and services is going to be advanced. Hence, a lot of profits and a lot of customers. Business must go the extra mile to train staff where learnerships are not offered. So meaning if in a particular business, your business doesn't qualify to take part of Skill Development Act or take part where the employees are given learnerships, it means that the business should go all out to finance the training of the employees. Productivity is compromised as coaches have to find the time to participate in learnerships. So now let's check how businesses can comply with this act. Okay. Yes, this is just a repetition of what we... Okay, let's check the implication of ownership on businesses. Business should include Black people in shareholding partnerships and companies, or also you are encouraged to take part when it comes to buying of shares. Exempted microenterprise with an ownership of 50% or more, Black people are prompted to level 3 of the scorecard. More opportunities are created for Black people to become owners or entrepreneurs. Remember, whenever we talk of an entrepreneur, we talk of a person who is able to combine vectors of production, be it capital, labor, and land, to come up with a profit. And entrepreneurs should be an initiator. An entrepreneur should be someone who is a risk bearer, not scared of taking a risk. Large businesses should form joint ventures with small Black-owned businesses and share business risk. So meaning large businesses are advised to amalgamate with small businesses, not to acquire, but amalgamate, to have joint ventures with small businesses so that they can harmoniously tackle any form of difficulty or difficulties together. Businesses sometimes find it difficult to locate suitable Black business or partners shareholders. Yes, sometimes it is not easy to specifically say that these shares are actually or only being sold to Black people, because in a business also, sometimes you may find that you are in a desperation situation where you need some investors. So now you can't say that I'm waiting for only Black people, but you are advised as a business owner to always give them that particular chance also to exercise their own power. Many Black people cannot afford shares in companies. Yes, many cannot afford shares, but not all. There are other giants Black people who can afford shares. And those giants people who can afford the buying of shares in any particular company, let them be given that particular platform as well. So now, the ways, this one is more or less the same with the one that we discussed in a previous slide. So we are going to check the implication of the enterprise supplier development. So now business must create jobs as enterprise supplier development promotes local manufacturing. As businesses, you are expected to hire at least 2 or 3 people in a community where your business is operating in. Identify Black-owned suppliers that are able to supply goods and services. So Black people also, as I said earlier, they should engage into the supply to other businesses. So now businesses are expected to also check the Black suppliers, not only to concentrate on white business suppliers. Outsource services to suppliers that are broad-based Black economic compliant. So meaning now, also those suppliers should be complying with this act. Businesses are encouraged to invest in small, medium, micro enterprises. SMMEs stands for small, medium, micro enterprises. Develop the business skills of small or Black-owned suppliers, e.g. sales techniques or legal advices. So now this one was, remember, also discussed in a previous slide. So implication of social responsibility or socio-economic development on businesses. Businesses should focus on critical areas which can affect growth and development in a country, or environmental awareness, education, housing, unemployment, CSI resources to selected beneficiaries in the community where it operates. So now we are going to check the positive impact of broad-based Black economic empowerment. Encourages businesses to address the demands for equity directly. Also provides a variety of business codes to improve employment equity. Also provides for human resources development through training and development. Also a good Black economic empowerment rating improves the image of the business. Meaning if the business practices Black economic empowerment in an appropriate manner, that one on its own is going to improve the image of the business, meaning the reputation of the business, meaning the brand of the business will be known. And at the end of the day, you may find that even the business can go global in terms of competition. Fronting is discouraged as it may lead to disqualification of a business entire scorecard and or broad-based Black economic empowerment status. Promotes enterprise development by developing entrepreneurial skills of designated people to start their own businesses. Let's check the negativity of this act. Businesses could experience large financial implication if they do not comply with this. Meaning the business, if the business doesn't comply, they are going to depart with a lot of money, or they are going to part with a lot of money. Processes may lead to corruption, nepotism, if not monitored properly. So now this one was ways. If businesses are not monitored properly, you find that, yes, as Black people in the same manner, you find that also we are not transparent in our dealings. Say, hey, since the act says that we must hire Black people, let me hire my cousin, let me hire that particular task. So the act says that nepotism is not allowed. Don't hire someone who is related to you if they don't qualify. Process and procedures may be costly for a business as there are many legal requirements for scoring enough points to be compliant. Investment or ownership issues can cause unhappiness among existing shareholders or owners. Provides for preferential procurement, so certain businesses may be excluded from supplying goods and services. So now we are going to check discriminatory actions according to this act. So now we shall discuss this until this far. Thank you very much for listening to me. when I'm administering this lesson. And also thank you very much for your time and your consideration. May God bless you. Shalom. Okay, how are you today? Hopefully, yesterday you enjoyed our lesson. So today we are continuing with basic conditions of Employment Act, and after that we are also going to discuss quota. After quota, we are going to discuss broad-based Black economic empowerment. So now, as a reminder, again, remember this legislations were actually established by ANC in 1994 after it came into power. So now that is just a reminder. And also remember, we actually checking how this recent legislations, 8 of them, do affect the operation of the business. Remember, the legislations are not limited to this 8 that we are putting on study. There are main legislations, but now the department chose to put this one on your annual teaching plan. Okay, so now, as we said earlier, that this basic conditions of Employment Act normally gives what the standard conditions or procedures that businesses can actually engage in so as to run their day-to-day operation in a smoother way towards attaining or collecting a lot of profits. And at the end of the day, the business becomes a success. So now, the first provision that we have, we have hours of work. So as I said earlier or yesterday, that hours of work, we are actually going to check the overtime and the normal working hours. And remember, the normal working hours, according to this legislation, it's 8 hours per day, of which it can only move to 9 if we have only 1 hour overtime. So now, workers may not work more than 5 hours in any week. Remember, 5 hours, because now in a day we have 9 hours. So 9 times 5, meaning 5 working days, is going to be 45 hours. So now this one is the one that includes the overtime. So now workers may work 9 hours a day if they work 5 days or less per week, or 8 hours a day if they work more than 5 days a week. So this one, we have already discussed it. So night work performed after 6 o'clock and 6 o'clock p.m. and before 6 a.m. The next day by agreement must be compensated by allowance or reduction of work hours. So now remember this one, we have been stressing it a lot. So now ordinary work hours may be extended by the agreement by a maximum of 15 minutes per day or 60 minutes per week to complete duties when serving the public. Remember, this can only be done via the agreement between the employer and the employee. As an employer, you don't have the right to extend your hours of work or the break time or the lunch time without informing your boss or the supervisor. So now moving on to another aspect, ordinary work hours may be reduced to a maximum of 40 hours per week, which is 8 hours per day. This ordinary normally refers to what? Normal working hours that we have discussed previously. So now we shall move on to overtime. Remember, we said overtime, it is after 8 hours each and every day, and of which that hour or hours after 8 hours, it should be compensated for. Workers must agree to work overtime. Yes, your boss shouldn't just tell you that you are working overtime today. It should be discussed prior to a day where overtime is expected to be engaged into a play. So now workers cannot work more than 3, at least give 1 hour overtime every day, of which is going to make 9 hours per day. But also it says that this overtime shouldn't exceed 3 hours, meaning the maximum can be 10 hours according to the act. So the moment it is 11 hours per day, that one on its own is totally out of line. The act says no to that. Overtime must be compensated as follows. So meaning whenever you are working overtime, there should be a token of reward or appreciation for going beyond your normal working hours. So now let's check out how the compensation should actually be engaged into a play. 1.5 times the normal rate of pay for overtime worked on weekdays as well as Saturdays. So now also double the normal rate of pay for overtime work. So overtime must be paid either at a specific rate for overtime, or an employee may agree to receive paid time off. So Minister of Labor may prescribe the maximum permitted working hours, including overtime for health and safety reasons for a certain category of work. So now we are going to types of leave. So now this leave, we're actually saying leave of duty when you are not at the workplace, but you are supposed to be at the workplace. So now that's the leave that we are referring to. And remember, these leaves, if you are going to be off duty, you should first communicate with your supervisor or your boss, maybe 2 days or a day prior to the application of a leave. You can't just absent yourself from work without notifying your bosses or your supervisors. So now here we have different set of leaves that you are going to put under discussion. So now people can be off duty for various reasons. And for those reasons, if the reasons are actually valid, they should be compensated for, or they should be actually given the token of appreciation. So now we are going to discuss annual leave. So now this is the leave that
Okay, right, grade 12. So now the paper that we are going to deal with today are going to deal with the final paper for 2023. And this paper, it is paper 1. So now remember also the major important aspect whenever you are answering business studies questions, you should always make sure that you pay attention to right. So now grade 12s are moving on to the paper, in particular section A. Section A, we have multiple choice questions, and remember multiple choice questions normally they carry something like 10 marks. So now grade 12s, remember you should always pay much attention to each and every question. Don't be fast, don't be quick to get to the answer. Make sure that you use the method that we call elimination or eradication method. So now Question 1 reads as following. Particular 1.1. Various options are provided as possible answers. Choose the answer. And for now, we have 4 options. Remember, there's no need for you to jump onto questions. Taking your time, make sure that which is the last option given. We have compensation for occupational injuries, and this is Amendment Act. Remember, in previous papers, if you are aware, grade 12, most of the 1.1.1 question, they address the issue of acts. I'll start with Skills Development Act. Skills Development Act is the act that has been designed with the purpose of improving or enhancing the skills of the workforce that is already in the workplace. This is just catering for those who are already employed, but those who are not already employed, this act does sideline them. So now moving on to option B. Option B, we have Consumer Protection Act. So Consumer Protection Act, this is the act that protects the rights of those who buy goods and services. Meaning in this regard, we check consumers in our context or context. So now, number C, we have Labor Relations Act. This act, it does call for a harmony relationship between the employer and the employee. It does show or contain the guidelines that normally show the employer or the employee on how best they can conduct themselves at the workplace on daily basis. Okay, right. So now the last one, we have compensation for occupational injuries, and this is Amendment 1997, Act 61 of 1997. So now this one, it calls for the safety. Its purpose is to make sure that each and every employee at the workplace, they are safe. They follow the safety precautions. If they are evaluate, and how do we monitor? So now if we check the strategies under evaluation, number 1, there should be what? Number 1, let's check the evaluation strategy. Check the evaluation strategy. Let's check the evaluation strategy. Sorry, quick drops. Okay, right, grade 12. So now if we check the steps that we have, the business should examine the underlying basis of a business strategy. Also, they should set specific dates for control and follow-ups. Also, they should decide on the desired outcome. So now we are saying that the first one, businesses should make sure that they improve on the desired outcome. Also, they must set specific dates for control and follow-up. Set specific dates for control and follow-ups. Why 3 points? 3 points because the marks, we have 6 marks. Another one, we are saying that they should examine the underlying basis of business strategy. Examine underlying basis of business strategy. Okay, right. So now, grade 12s, now let's move on to the next question. The next question we have 2.4. And 2.4 are read as follows. Explain how businesses could apply the following forces of PESTLE 5 model. And then we are given that 2.4.1, we have power of buyers, and 2.4.2, we have threat of substitute. So now, this power of buyers, we normally refer to customers. Customers also can influence the level of profits that your business is actually collecting. And also, if we check, the competitors can as well put a threat in your business. Why? Because they can come up with a product that is similar or pretty close to whatsoever that you are selling, and that product can substitute your product. Customers may go for that product than what they used to do whenever they buy your product. Okay, right. So now, here we are saying that under the power of buyers, business should assess how easy it is for buyers or customers to drive prices down. Also, buyers are buying in bulk can bargain for prices in their favor. So now we are saying that under this power of buyers, business should assess. Business should assess how easy it is. How easy it is for buyers. How easy it is for buyers to drive prices down. To drive our prices down. And again, we said that buyers buying in bulk can bargain for prices in their favor. Buyers buying in bulks can bargain for prices in their favor. In their favor, right? So now moving on to 2.4.2. Here, remember, we are saying that here competitors can bring the product that are pretty similar to yours, but not exactly your product. And those products can replace your product. Customers may find that new product more appealing than your product. Then at the end of the day, they will now go to that particular business instead of coming to your business. Okay, right. So now if the business sells unique product, it will not be threatened by substitute products. And also if the business produce or products can easily be substituted, it means that it is weak. We are saying that number one, if the businesses sell unique products, it will not be threatened Do not be threatened by any substitute product. Any substitute Oh, you're right. So now the second reason we said that if the business product can easily be substituted, it weakens the power of the business in the market. If the business product can be weakened, the power of business weakens the power of business in the market. Okay, right, grade 12. So now let's move on to question 2.5. Question 2.5 reads as follows: discuss ways in which businesses can comply with the Employment Equity Act. How can they comply? They can comply by promoting equal opportunities and fair treatment, and also implement an employment equity plan. And also, business must guard against discriminatory appointment. I'll come again, grade 12. I said that businesses can comply with the Employment Equity Act by promoting equal opportunities and fair treatment, and also by implementing an employment equity plan, as well as businesses should also guard against discriminatory appointments. So now here, saying that, let me just extend it. Same bullet one, promote equal opportunity and fair treatment. And then number two, we said that implement an employment equity plan. Then the last one, which is number 3. Why number 3? Because of 6 marks. Business must guard against discriminatory appointments. Guard against discriminatory appointments. Okay, right. So now grade 12, in this regard, we are done with that question 2.5. Now let's move on to 2.6, which is a scenario. So now 2.6 reads as follows, grade 12. Katlego Logistics complies with the Labor Relations Act 1995 by observing the rights of employees in the workplace. Employees take part in legal strikes without any fear of victimization. They are also locked out by KL to prevent damages to the property. So the trade union representatives are given time off to attend to their respective duties. Code 2 rights of the employees in terms of the Labor Relations Act from the scenario above. So code 2 rights of the employees. Remember, when the question says code, the expectation is to come up with the same sentence the way it does appear in the given set of scenario. So now if we check there, remember when we code, we must write it exactly the way it does appear. So now, as if we check the sentence that are in line with question 2.6.1 that addresses the rights of employees, we have 2 and 4. We have 2 and 4. Here we have sentence 2 and 4. But remember, when I don't run sentence 2 and 4, you write it exactly the way it does appear. So now let's check out 2.6.2. Explain other rights of employees in the workplace. Another right, employees may join a trade union of their choices. And also, they refer to unresolved workplace disputes to CCMA. So now we are saying that we have saying that employees may join a trade union of their choices. Of their employees may join the trade union of their choices. Of their choices. And also another one, we said that refer unresolved refer unresolved workplace disputes unresolved workplace disputes to CCMA. Okay, right, grade 12. Now let's move on to 2.7. 2.7 reads as follows. Advise businesses on strategic management processes. So now, I remember 6 marks calls for 6 points. So here, number 1, review the vision statement, also analyze or re-examine mission statement, and also implement a strategy using a template such as an action plan. So we are saying that review the vision statement. Also analyze mission statement. And lastly, implement a strategy. Using a template. Of a action plan. Okay, right. So now we are done with question 2, question 3. So now question 3 reads as follow. You're expected to name or give the two components of job analysis. And remember, grade 12, the two components of job analysis that we are referring to job specification as well as job analysis. And the difference between job specification and job analysis is that job specification only caters for or shows the information concerning the requirements of the post, while job description gives the information concerning the roles and the duties to be performed by the candidate. Okay, right. So now here we have job specification, and job description. Okay, right. Outline the reasons of the termination of employment contract. So one of the reasons is that employee can decide to leave and resign voluntarily. If you want to leave and resign voluntarily, in that regard, your contract is going to be terminated. And also incapacity to work due to illness. You may find the employee is so weak because of illness, now they can't work or perform their duties anymore. So in that regard, then they can call it a quit. And also by mutual agreement between the employer and employee, the employer and the employee can actually agree that now let me just stop this company working for it because of these particular reasons. There are a set of reasons where or when a person can actually be stopped coming to work. So now in this regard, guys, if you in a company, you're no longer interested in working in that particular company, no one should point a gun at you to say that you shouldn't leave a company. You can leave as much as you want. No one should force you. So now I did point out the reasons why a contract can be terminated. So now let me write them down, these reasons. We said that reason number 1, employee decided to leave and resign voluntarily. And another one, he said that incapacity to work due to illness or injuries. Okay, again, we said that by mutual agreement, between in the employer and employees. So now there are three. Let's move on to 3 point. Three point 3.3. So 3.3 reads as follows. SEO properties SP. SEO properties offer attractive fringe benefit packages in order to reduce employee turnover. SP encourages employees to attend training programs. So employees are also loyal and willing to go the extra mile. So now 3.3.1 reads as follows. Put two advantages of fringe benefits that are applicable to SP from the scenario above. So now if we check the given set of scenario, what do we have is that the sentence 1 and the sentence 3 are the ones that addresses what the question is looking for. So now here we are saying that we have sentence 1 and sentence 3. But remember, when I shouldn't say sentence 1 and sentence 3, you should always make sure that you write those sentences in full. So we have 3.3.2. Explain other advantages of fringe benefits for businesses. So remember, the fringe benefits, these are nothing but we refer to the compensation that is actually being done by the business towards the employees. This compensation can be, for a typical example, compensation in terms of petrol, giving staff members petrol, compensation in terms of giving staff members money for lunch, and also compensation via medical aid and the likes. Okay, right. So now, if we check here, we have now 3.3.2, and expectation is to give up with other advantages of fringe benefits, and we have 4 marks for that. So now this 4 marks calls for 2 points. So now let's check the points that we can actually take into account in this regard. So now it's saying that one of the advantages is that it improves productivity, resulting in higher profitability. Why are we saying that? Because the moment in a business, there are a lot of incentives. Customers or the employees are going to be motivated, and the more they are motivated, they are going to work towards their full capability so as to make sure that they don't disappoint the supervisor or the owner of the business. As well now, also we say that businesses save money as benefits tax deduction, because the moment the business take out most of the benefits to the employees, in that regard, the tax levy or the tax charge, it is actually being considered in that spending that the business just give it as a social transfer to the subordinate. Okay, right. So now we are saying that here, one of the points is that it improves productivity, improves productivity, resulting in higher profitability. Again, we said that businesses save money as benefits, are tax deduction. Okay, right. So now let's move on to 3 point 3.4. Advise businesses on the impact of external recruitment. I did explain external recruitment in a previous in some previous questions. So now the impact of this, remember if the question says the impact, the expectation is to come up with both negative and positive. So in this regard, I'm just going to mix the positives and the negatives. So now, but you grade 12 you should be in the position to know which one is positive as well as which one is negative. Okay, right. So now there is a large pool of candidates to choose from. That is one of the positives. Also, it may be of a great help when the business meet affirmative action and be broad-based Black economic empowerment target. Affirmative action here, we are saying that those who were previously disadvantaged, they are now being offered a job as well, like any other person. So now let's check the negative one. The negative one, actually, we must check that some of the CVs, they may not be reliable. Some people, they lie too much on their CVs. That's another thing that is bad about the external. Unlike people that are already dealing with in a business. So those that are already dealing with, it is very easy because you know that this one already have their own CVs. So now to lie to you, it is not easy. Okay, thanks, grade 12. So now let's move on to the next, let's move on to what? The answers, because we didn't write the answers. So now we should write the answers, grade 12. Okay, right. So now we're saying that the impact. So now I'm going to write the impact. One of the impacts here is saying that there is a larger pool of candidates to choose from. There is a larger pool of candidates to choose from. And also, you said that it may help the business to meet affirmative action. Affirmative actions and broad-based Black economic empowerment targets. The last one said that this initiative, information on CVs, may not be reliable. Okay, right. 3.5, outline the quality indicators of the production function. The quality of indicators of the production function is that it accurately calculate the production cost as well as utilizing machines and equipment optimally. So we are saying that accurately calculate the production cost. Calculate the production cost. Second one, utilize machines and equipment optimally. use machines and equipment optimally. Okay, right. So now we have question 3.6. Question 3.6 reads as follow. It reads as follow. Explain the role of quality cycles as part of continuous improvement to processes and systems. So now here it does reduce costs or waste efforts in the long run, and also it does reduce the cost of redundancy in the long run. Yeah, okay, sorry. 3.6, 3.6, sorry. 3.6 let's explain the role of quality cycles as part of continuous improvement to processes and systems. So you are saying that it reduces costs, wasteful efforts, and reduce the cost of redundant in the long run. Good. Number one. Okay, right. Reduce costs. Use costs in the long run. Also use cost of redundancy. During and after the process, and also implements total client or customer satisfaction to keep ahead of the latest development in the market. So now question is you to identify the quality concept implemented by KSN in the scenario above. The quality concept above is quality assurance. Quality assurance. Discuss the impact of client customer satisfaction as a total client management element on larger businesses. So this continuously promote a positive company image. Also, it may lead to increased profitability because large businesses may be able to gain access to global market. So here, I'm saying that continuously promote a positive company image. Positive company image. Next one may lead to increased profitability. And then the last one, large businesses may be able to gain access to the global market. Okay, right. So now moving on to 3.8, advise businesses on the benefits of a good quality management system. So now here we can take into account the vision or mission business goals may be achieved, and also time and resources are used efficiently, and also improve business image as there are less defects. We are saying that vision or mission or goals may be easily achieved. Time and resources are used efficiently. Also improves business image as there are less returns. Okay, right, grade 12s, at this stage we are done with our question 3. We can now move on to question 4. Question 4 reads as follows: name any 4 provisions of the basic conditions of Employment Act. So now, remember the basic condition of Employment Act, normally it does address different set of conditions. It does address the issue of leaves, does address the issue of leaves, work hours, also public holidays, also overtime. Okay, right. So now moving on to 4.2, read the scenario below and answer the questions that follow. Zalo Enterprise sells a variety of products to different customers. SE always receives stock late from smart wholesalers. The management of ZE has difficulty in dealing with productive employees. So use the table below as a guide to answer question 4.3, 4.2.1 to 4.2.3. So now the challenge that we have here, we have challenge. If we check the sentence here, we have this is sentence 1, and this is sentence 2, and this is sentence 3. So now here we have sentence 1, sentence 2, sorry, sentence 3. So we have market, then we have micro, and then we have semi-control, and we have full control. So now, moving on to the second, the next question, we have 4.3, discuss any 2 types of diversification. Defensive strategy. Remember, this defensive strategy is when a business now sees that it is going down, no profits are being made, and also the volume of customers now is very, very low. So now they check how can they navigate their way out. So here we can talk of retrenchment. So retrenchment is nothing but the termination of the employment contract of employees for operational reasons. Also, you have liquidation. Liquidation can be considered as all assets are sold to pay creditors due to a lack of capital or cash flow. So meaning here, for this one, we are going to say we have okay, right. We are saying we have retrenchment. Retrenchment, we say that is a termination of the employment contract. Mention the employment contract of employees for operational reasons. Good. Okay, right, grade 12. So now another defensive strategy, we have liquidation. I said it. Liquidation. All assets are sold. Pay creditors due to a lack of capital or cash flow. Advise businesses on the role of SETAs in supporting the Skill Development Act, which is number 4. So for number 4, SETAs report to Director General, promote and establishes partnerships collect levies and pays out grants okay, right, grade 12. So now let's move on to the next question. Next question, we have 4.5. Outline the placement procedures as human resource activity. Remember, human resource is a department that deals with hiring and firing. So in this regard, employer should outline specific responsibilities the new employees. Second one, determine the employees Strengths. Weaknesses. And skills. By subjecting him to various tests. Okay, we're saying that the employer should outline specific responsibilities to a new employees. And again, the employer should determine the employee's strengths, weaknesses, or skills by subjecting him to various tests. So now moving on to another question of 4.6, explain two-salary termination. So this two-salary termination, we have piecemeal salary as well as time-related salary. Time-related salary is a type of payment that is actually being offered to an employee based on the hours of time he did spend at work. While piecemeal salary, it is actually the reward that is given to the employee after the employee produced a certain number of units. So meaning here, we have time-related, number of hours spent at work. You have piecemeal, number of units produced. Okay, right. So now, moving on to the next question, we have our last question. So the last question goes as follows. We have recommend ways in which total quality management or TQ can reduce the cost of quality. How can it reduce the cost of quality? Can reduce the cost of quality if the manager schedule activities to eliminate duplication of tasks, and also if the manager work closely with suppliers to improve the quality of raw material. So now we're saying that here, schedule activities, schedule activities, eliminate duplication of tasks. Work closely with suppliers improve the quality of raw materials. Okay, right. So now moving on to the next question. Remember, this question, the last question is section C. And section C, grade 12, in most cases, whatsoever that appears in section section C, you should take note that you only provide with introduction and conclusion. So here, you provide with introduction, and remember under introduction, you should always make sure that you don't write so much information. You only write the information that is relevant, and you should explain or you should give the definition of the concept. And you are expected to give 2 points, while under conclusion, you are expected to just give 1 point that will weigh 2 marks. So now, grade 12, you must know that under the set of question, if you get the conclusion correct, you get your full marks. If you get it partially correct, you get 0. There's no way that you can score introduction and then conclusion. So under introduction, yes, chances are you can score 1 out of 2. But under conclusion, it's either 0 or 2. So now if we check the first bullet, if we check, we have 4 bullets. And this is how the structure of the question paper of business studies does appear. So now you should always make sure that each and every bullet appears as a subheading. And under each and every bullet, you provide with the relevant information. Okay, so now moving on to this one of question 6. Also question 6, in the same manner, you provide only with introductions and conclusion. So now I'll go back to question 5. If we check question 5, you're expected to give the introduction, and under introduction, the major expectation is to give the definition. For typical example, must give the definition of broad-based Black economic empowerment. What is this broad-based Black economic empowerment? This broad-based Black economic empowerment, it came as to fill a gap that was left by Black economic empowerment, which is BEE. So now BEE was only advocating for those who are previously disadvantaged, and they were actually not paying much attention to those who are Black. So now it has different set of pillars, and the pillars under this, you have management control. Management control, it means that Black people also should be given that platform also to be in charge or to run the company.
Remember what I always tell you, grade 12s, that before you can engage into answering questions, you must first make sure that you go through the examination instructions and information. Why is that important? Because understanding the examination instructions and information is part of the examination. Okay, right. So now I'm not going to go through the instructions because they are always the same. There are no changes. So section A is always compulsory. Section B, you are always given 3 questions and you're expected to answer only 2. So now also in section C, normally you are given 2 questions and the expectation is to answer only 1 question. Okay, right. So now jumping on to question 1, in particular 1.1, various options are provided as possible answers to the following questions. Choose the answer and write only letters from A to D as indicated there as an example next to the question numbers 1.1.1 to 1.1.5 in the provided booklet. So I know some of you have the tendency of selecting the letter, then after that you also write the option given. No, it shouldn't be like that, because the moment you do that, you are going to lose marks unnecessarily. Okay, right. So now 1.1 goes as follows. This act creates a framework for acceptable employment practices and safety regulations in the workplace. Remember what I always tell you, answering multiple choice, it's very, very tricky and easy if you know the proper style or proper strategy that you apply. So I normally encourage my learners to opt for elimination method. Elimination method
you compare all the given options, then you select the best out of those given options. So now, this act creates a framework for acceptable employment practices and safety regulations in the workplace. Option A, we have basic conditions of employment act. What does it entail? What is the purpose of this act? This act normally set the minimum standards for employment contracts. So we have the conditions there that we will discuss later. So number B, we have compensation for occupational injuries and disease amendment act. So now this act pays much attention towards employees who get injured at the workplace. I know there are those employees who normally get injured driving company cars or having company resources and not performing the duties that they are ought to perform. So in that regard, the company doesn't compensate. It does compensate if the employee got injured at the workplace, or if the employee is not inside the premises of the workplace, but should be performing work-related duties. So number C, we have Consumer Protection Act. Consumer Protection Act is the act that protects the rights of consumers or the rights of those who buy goods and services. So lastly, which is option number D, we have Broad-Based Black Economic Empowerment Act. So this act addresses the issue of inequality. So in particular, this act promotes fairness at different set of workplaces. So this one of Broad-Based Black Economic Empowerment was also established so as to amend Black economic empowerment, because Black economic empowerment was somehow sidelining other aspects. So now the proper option here is B. Proper option is B. So now moving on to the second question, which is 1.1.2. Bravo Limited used Dash as broad-based Black economic empowerment pillar when they requested their Black employees to participate in the decision-making process. So remember, grade 12s, what I did say in the beginning is that make sure that you apply elimination method if you want to score full marks in section A. Remember, section A comprises of 30 marks. So now option A, we have ownership. And then if you still remember, before this act were introduced, Black population was somehow affected or were not given that much privilege when it comes to ownership of land, ownership of property. So now we have B, which addresses the issue of enterprise and supply development. So now also before ANC came into power or came into leadership, Black people were disadvantaged. They were not even given that platform to supply other businesses. And also number C, we have skills development. So now skill development, this one or this pillar takes into account the enhancement of skills for those employees that are already employed. So it does only cater for people who are already at the workplace, people who are already working. So before ANC came into power, most people, in particular Black people, they were not given that particular platform to exercise the enhancement of their skills or to improve the level of skills that they were possessing. So now we have option D. Option D is management control. So Black people also, before ANC came into power, during that apartheid era, they were not allowed to occupy any managerial positions. They were always down there where they report to any management, either be first line management, second line management, and top line management. But now broad-based Black economic empowerment, it does take into account these 4 pillars, where they do believe that Black people also should be given that chance to perform those aspects that were expected for them to perform. So now, if we check the question, it says, Braforo Limited used the dash as a broad-based Black economic empowerment pillar when they requested their Black employees to participate in a decision making. So this decision making normally takes place under management control, meaning our best option here is number D, which is management control. So now moving on to the next question, we have 1.13. Dyna Automotors operate in the dash sector as they manufacture luxury cars. So now options that we have: A, we have economic, B, we have secondary, C, we have primary, and D, we have tertiary. So now under business studies and economics, the moment we speak or mention a word economy, it means that price has to be paid. And then we have B, we have secondary. Secondary is a sector where processing of goods and services normally take place. And then number C, we have primary. Primary here we refer to nature. So we take into account those goods and services that are taking nature form. And then we have tertiary. Tertiary, we normally refer to what? We normally refer to services, and services like communication, healthcare facilities, schooling, and the likes. So now if you compare the given options, the appropriate answer here will be B, because B takes into account the manufacturing of luxury cars, meaning here we process luxury cars. I know one can actually ask, what is this sector? Sector we refer to a portion of the economy, or the portion of economic activity. So now it means that in economy, we have a different set of the portions that address different set of goods as well as services. So in this regard, our appropriate answer is going to be B. So now moving on to the next question, we have 1.1.4. So 1.1.4 reads as follows: the process of matching an employee's skills and abilities with the requirements of a job. So now the options that are given, we have A, recruitment, B, we have selection, C, we have placement, and D, we have induction. So now, when we talk of the recruitment is when a company is actually looking for a new candidate to fill the gap. So now, when looking for a new candidate to fill the gap, there are different set of platforms where a company can advertise such opportunity to be given to a proper or excellent candidate, if any. So now we have different set of this recruitment. A company can advertise the post internally, or it can advertise it externally. When it does advertise internally, it means that it can put on the notice board, the advert on the notice board. Also, the advert can be sent to different personal emails, because the company possesses the information of its workers. So now we also have selection. Now selection also is actually being done after the submission of the CVs to check who qualifies best or who is the best candidate for that particular position. So now we have placement. Placement normally it takes place after the interviews and after the induction. Now is when a person or the candidate starts his duties. So induction is actually orientating a new candidate to know all the corners of the company. Also, it introduces this new candidate to already existing members of that particular company. So now, the matching of employee skills and ability with the requirements of the job normally can be addressed under the placement. Because as much as I explained what recruitment entails, selection entails, and induction, the appropriate answer can be C. Thank you. So now let's move on to the next question. Next question, we have 1.1.5. A dash function is responsible for keeping documents orderly in a safe place. So the first one, or the first option, which is A, we have administration. And normally administration deals with paperwork as well as filing such data work, as well as the information pertaining to any improvement that can take a company to the next level. So now we also have a purchasing function. So this one of purchasing function, normally it focuses on buying the vectors of production or the inputs that a company is going to engage in whenever they process or produce or manufacture their goods and services. So now we have the general management. General management, here we refer to the process of planning, organizing, leading and controlling organizational resources so as to achieve the planned goal of the business. So now we also have D, which is public relations. So this one of public relations is the department in a company that makes sure that they release presses to the public. They make sure that they improve the relationship between the company as well as the society where the company is operating in or from. So now in this regard, the appropriate answer for 1.1.5 is going to be A, which is administration. Okay, right. So now in this regard, after you have actually completed all your multiple choice questions, go back again to recheck if whatsoever options you did choose are the appropriate ones. Remember, the major motive or the major aim of writing this question paper is to maximize marks as much as we can. If possible, we should always aim at getting 100%, because getting 100% under business studies, it is very, very easy, just like stealing a candy from a child. So now we are done with our 1.1. So now let's move on to 1.2. Remember, guys, under 1.1, each question carries 2 marks, meaning you have already now scored what? You've already scored 10 marks out of 30. So now let's jump onto 1.2. Remember, yes, you should always time yourself whenever you're writing business studies paper. And you shouldn't panic at all, because the moment you panic, you are going to miss it or lose it, because most of the answers here are pretty close, similar to one another. So now 1.2 reads as follows. Complete the following statements by using the words provided in the list below. Write only the word or words next to the question numbers, and you are given an example there is 1.2.1 to 1.2.5 in the booklet, answer book provided. So remember, before you can even jump onto reading the questions given, make sure that you understand the concepts given in this box. We have fair and honest dealings. So this fair and honest dealings, you know, this is one of the rights of buyers, or one of the rights of a company, as well as the society where the company is operating in or from. So now in this regard, the appropriate answer for 1.1.5 is going to be A, which is administration. Okay, right. So now in this regard, after you have actually completed all your multiple choice questions, go back again to recheck if whatsoever options you did choose are the appropriate ones. Remember, the major motive or the major aim of writing this question paper is to maximize marks as much as we can. If possible, we should always aim at getting 100%, because getting 100% under business studies, it is very, very easy, just like stealing a candy from a child. So now we are done with our 1.1. So now let's move on to 1.2. Remember, guys, under 1.1, each question carries 2 marks, meaning you have already now scored what? You've already scored 10 marks out of 30. So now let's jump on to 1.2. Remember, yes, you should always time yourself whenever you are writing business studies paper. And you shouldn't panic at all, because the moment you panic, you are going to miss it or lose it. Because most of the answers here are pretty close, similar to one another. So now 1.2 reads as follows. Complete the following statements by using the words provided in the list below. Write only the word or words next to the question numbers. And you are given an example there is 1.2.1 to 1.2.5 in the booklet answer book provided. So remember, before you can even jump onto reading the questions given, make sure that you understand the concepts given in this box. We have fair and honest dealings. So this fair and honest dealings, you know, this is one of the rights of buyers, or one of the rights of consumers. So we also have description, and description, remember, this is part of what this take part of under recruitment, because when we talk of description here, it is in relation with what? In relation with the duties that an employee should perform at the workplace. So now also here we have performance, and this performance that we are referring to, we check how each and every department do perform their duties, their mandate. If it's the Department of Administration, they should make sure that they deal with documents in a proper manner and they do the proper filing. And also, if it is a Department of Purchasing, they should make sure that they buy the factors of production or the inputs that are appropriate, or the inputs that are of a good quality to produce goods and services of a higher quality. So we also have salt. So now here under salt, normally it is an analysis. So now this analysis, it gives a business strength to make more profit if the business does understand what they're supposed to do. For a typical example, we have S. S stands for the strengths of the business. The business should know where they possess more power. So they should always take advantage of the power that they possess, so as to improve the level of profits that they have actually anticipated, or the level of profits that they want to attain or they want to achieve. So now we also have the weaknesses. So the business also should be in the position to spot out the weaknesses that they have. The moment they're able to spot out the weaknesses that they have, they can actually apply more of the strengths that they possess to beat or outweigh the weaknesses or the failure that they do have. So now also the business should always navigate or should always sense out the opportunities that they can have. So now it means that they must always make sure that they apply the strength to do what? To make sure that they do what? Pursue or they do follow those opportunities that they do have. Now we have threats. So now this one addresses the issue of competition. Many in the business should be in the position to know their competitors, because competitors are very powerful. Some of the competitors, they use non-pricing method to improve their level of production. So now if the business is aware of the move of the competitors, in that regard, they'll make sure that as well they improve on their level of profits collection. In most cases, as a business, we shouldn't aim for sharing the market. The business should always aim at having the larger market share, because the moment a business possesses larger market share, that is the indication that it will make reasonable profits. And it is not easy for any business to possess a larger market share when they didn't or when they didn't do the assignment. How can they do the assignment? They can do the assignment and overdoing what? Overdoing the research or over undertaking the research. They must know the type of the product the competitor is selling. They must know the suppliers of the competitor. They must even know the behavior of the customers of the competitor, so that when they draft their move, they already know that the competitor normally takes this move. So now they can develop a move that is much stronger than the move of a competitor. That's how powerful SWOT analysis is. Okay, right. So now I was just making an example on how best you should understand this concept before you can jump onto these questions. So now let's move on to 1.2.1. 1.2.1, N exercised her right to dash as stipulated in the Consumer Protection Act. So 2008, 868 of 2008. When she requested a written quotation from Ditto Trading. So in this regard, if you compare the options given here, Anna exercised her right to choose. So meaning the appropriate answer here is what is right to choose. So here we have what? We have choose. Okay, right. So now let's move on to what? Let's move on to